All right, how we doing? Hopefully my glucose level stays kind of normal during the stream today, but I had half a chicken salad sandwich, so we'll just have to see. Let's see. I guess I gotta put stuff back together a little bit before we get started, huh? It's trash day, garbage day today, so there's a kind of a run around. My fingers are very cold, even though it's not cold out. My fingers, look at that. Ooh, chilly hands. They'll warm up as I do stuff. I washed them in cold water. That's why they're so cold. But my fingers are black with temperature. We'll get there. We'll get there. They usually run hot. We're gonna need the signal generator today. Where did I put the signal generator? I think it's on the shelf on the other side of the wall. So I'll have to dig that out. Or no, I think maybe it's. Is it in a bin? We'll find out. We'll figure it out. We shall figure it out. What's up, Yonkers? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Plug the scope back in. Put it back in its little cubby hole. Man, I wish I had some diet soda. I need caffeine. I need caffeine. I actually feel okay. Maybe I don't need caffeine. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't need it at all. Maybe I'm just fine. Maybe not. Let's see. Those can go away. We're getting back into this thing. It looks completely gorgeous in the car, but it's a little bright. So if I just tweak it a little bit, we'll add one resistor to each of the LEDs, then it'll look good. Because it's this close. It turns out it fades just fine. It doesn't turn off after fading a little bit. I have to go through here. We'll need the jumpers again to do the test mode. Don't need that. This. Over there. I don't think I need the tape. Still waiting on my tail light. I think that's somewhere between countries. I think it was coming from Lithuania. No, that's where the replacement amps were. This will be the more interesting thing today. This is the amplifier, and I know now that this thing is bad because I went to the trunk and I ohmed it out. Well, I scoped it out. I used the O-scope, which means I really want to get that 3-in-1, that $200 3-in-1 scope multimeter thing. That thing looks really useful actually now. After this week, that thing is super duper useful. How we doing out there in chat land? I guess the prerequisite 2 chat messages haven't been reached to get on the screen yet. Put these hex keys away. I don't need the hex key to reinstall the head unit, or the whatever it is, the display unit. Okay, I think I'm ready for today. Got a couple not so difficult tasks. They're average. They're average. The discovery portion, the thing that we probably won't be able to fix, this thing, we'll do that second, because we're basically just doing an autopsy. I got a new one for $60. It'll get here hopefully by Monday, which is faster than it would take for me to get the parts. So more car parts on the healing bench. Yeah, this is our last car radio stream. This thing is dead. This is the amplifier. I know it's dead. I took the oscilloscope out to the car, so I know that it's dead. But we can poke around at it, and we can do a signal in, signal out with it, and see what works, what's broken, and we can narrow it down. Just for fun. I got a new one coming in the mail, so I mean, either I do that or I take both of them apart and mix the parts up and make it good. Because I did a lot of work to clean up the contacts up here. So, but that'll be the second part. We'll get to that. Where am I putting this thing? What is this? That's from the screen. That is garbage. Garbage. Those and those and those. We're gonna need these. This is the old cable. Gone. I might just start working because we got enough stuff to do that I'm gonna be busy. A weird thing. No, I pretty much just started, so it's gonna be a little bit. Oh, there was like a grain of rice or something in the... Maybe that's what kept this thing from clicking in. Nope, definitely not. Yeah, it should be holding a lot better than that. I'm gonna redo the dual lock on this camera. I got enough of this stuff that I should be able to redo it and make it a little better. I'll do a nice small piece of it too, so it's not like a big contact area. I don't know why this stuff wasn't gripping. Like, it should grip really well. I guess this base just wasn't gripping very well. If I could use like a magnet. Is it gonna mess up the camera? This is Lee Majors, who's another PEX DJ. I need a piece of metal to tape up there. Lee Majors. The one and only. Actually, there's a couple Lee Majors. Might be more than one. I'll do like just like one little piece like this. Hopefully that holds it nicely. One little piece. Oops, let's go like that. So what is that purple thing in the camera view? What is that? It's a big purple thing. I don't know what it is and it's scaring me. Why is it purple? What is this? What is that purple thing on the camera? Why is it, what is going on? Scaring me. How's that? Good co-witness? Good co-witness? Yeah, it's pretty good. Good enough. I mean, it's as good as we can get with two camera lenses next to each other without any combining optics. I wonder how much parallel... Here, let's check. Can I do a transparency on the thermals and see how much they overlay? There's going to be a little parallax to it, but... here, hold on. So thermals, where's that? Thermals are here, they're unlocked. I go to properties, and let's see, what are my options? All kinds of FPS stuff. Color range, color space, output mode, configure video crossbar. I don't think anything came up. Hey, any windows open? No, okay, all right. Let's try filters. And then I'll add an audio video filter. And I'll add gain? No. Invert polarity. I don't really think it did anything. Let's get rid of it. I didn't do anything. Let's see. Limiter, noise gate, noise suppression. How do you fade it out? Is that maybe under transform? That's all rotational stuff. Set color, copy, group selected items, blending mode, additive. Oh, that's a weird one. Well, I could use that. Let's just try it. It is. It's actually a really nice day out. There's still a little bit of issue with. It needs to not snap. Oh, I have power. Yeah, there's problems with it, with the two lenses being next to each other. Try the blending mode again. Attractive. My heat. Get the ghost detector. Screen. Yeah, the frame rates are a little different, huh? This is why they usually put it through interpretation software. See, it gets further and further off the closer I get. Creepy. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. That looks sick. It looks sort of not like something that I would want on this stream, in spite of it kind of being interesting. Let's try another mode. Blending mode. Where was it again? Blending, there it is, blending mode. Multiply. Oh my god, it's multiplying! That's not really functional. Looks diseased. Hey. Blending mode. Lighten. A little better. What up, what up? Rorito. Blending mode. Darken. The darkening modes are not good. And they'll display heat for sure, but it's a little weird. Blending mode. Blending mode. Normal. This is what it just looks like normally. I need to put it through like an AI upscale. De-interlacing? I don't think I need that. Point? Wait, what did I just do? Oh, I just added a pixelation filter on it. Or I got rid of the blurring, which is something that I like. I'm in Philadelphia. Oh, there's different scale filters. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. I got a lot of new chatters all of a sudden. What happened? What happened? Let's hold on. Normal blending. We need to look at the scale filters of this. This is a very low resolution thermal imager. So if I go to scale filtering and I go to bicubic, I think I like the bare pixel one, because each pixel in this thing has like temperature information in it. Where was that again? That was in scale filtering. Lanzos. I don't see any difference on that one. Blame it on you. All right. I appreciate it. Scale filtering. Area scale filtering. And that one looks okay. I'd rather it just be raw pixels though, to be honest. Ooh, the overall resolution did not like whatever the hell just happened. I think it just calibrated itself and got a little weird. So anyway, blending mode, not blending mode, sorry, scale filtering, disable. That's without scale filtering. So that's 1-for-1 pixels. Thank you guys for the follows. But if we do different, what scale filtering point? That might be a little better. Because if that's just showing the pixels as pixels, that's kind of what we want. And the reason we're playing around with it, because I overlaid the thermals on top of the actual camera to see how what it looks like. De-interlacing. Ooh, de-interlacing does not like the lines over there. Let's not do de-interlacing. Blend 2x. Whoa, that's really weird. The movement on this one is whoa, whoa, whoa. Here, I'll show you it compared to hold on. Order, transform, rename, set color. No, none of that. None of that does anything. Let's see. There's only blending mode. I don't know how to like change the opacity of the thing. So we can just turn it into additive. It's weird. It makes the movement a lot more fluid with the de-interlacing mode in there. If I disable de-interlacing it, huh? Weird. Drug induced. Not really. Just playing with blending modes. So anyway, I started thermaling. All right, let's put this back. Let's put this back. Wait, what happened over here? Why is that out of control? What happened to my chat window? Why did my chat window suddenly, I must have grabbed something without realizing it. All right. Oh, it's because of the chatty window. I changed the dimensions of the chatty window and it screwed up my, all right, this is supposed to be like this. Oh, there's still missing a little bit. Hold on. It's like those are off by like one message. Oh, because it's supposed to be like way up here for this one? Oh my god. I gotta fix all my stuff. Why are they off by a little bit? That's weird. Oh boy, I forgot I'm not supposed to touch the chatty window because it's like it messes things up. There, I think that does it. That might do it. All right, so let's get the thermals and do the blending mode to normal. This is Lee Mages from the Philadelphia Experiment, which is a DJ collective. That looks a little better. Make it a little smaller. Cool. Welcome to my shop. We haven't started yet. Still messing around, talking, hanging out ahead of stream. Got music going for a bit. Set the mood. Set the mood. Then we get to work on this kind of stuff. A little bit of soldering. To get us going. No blending mode. No transition. Yeah, I think we're good. K-slump meters and later working on a driller. K-slump readers. That's like one of those things that like the people in industry know exactly what that is, but everybody else, it's just gobbledygook. We don't know. I don't know what that word. What are those words? I don't know those words. We do have enough stuff to work on that I think I'm going to do a shorter intro today. Meter to test the water content of wet cement. Oh, man. That sounds like a horribly dusty and awful job. Repairing them. So I would assume there's a lot of dry cement involved. A lot of dried up cement. That's what they used to call me in prison. Dried up cement. I mean, my next fresh hell is dealing with the ABS system in my car. I need to jack up the driver's side, and then I need to get under the car, and I need to activate the motor and see if I can unstick it and see if it works under enough amps of 12 volts. And if it does, that means that I need to take the controller back into the bench, and we need to replace the MOSFET cluster in the upper left-hand corner of the whole thing. Which may or I'm not sure. It's a 50-50 on whether the motor is just plain stuck because it had air in it for a little bit, or if the MOSFET can't switch that amount of current. I don't know. We've confirmed that it does switch the device. At least it did when my brother and I tested it months ago. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. I want to get on top of the rest of these problems because it seems like I have gone through every part of this car to repair everything, and I'm still not fixing it. The ABS has been a problem for years in this car, and it's just one thing after another. And then the stereo just decided to quit, And most of the people who solved exactly my issue, they had somebody else they could just swap amplifiers with, and they instantly knew that it was the amplifier. I didn't have that option, so I had to test everything, check everything. Then I need to schedule a haircut, because enough is enough. It's a little tube that floats in the cement, like a hygrometer. Inside the tube is paper with scale printed on it. Wet concrete plus paper equals Jay has to repair them frequently. That sounds about right. Can't you just test it with like lasers or something? Yeah. BMW life. Yeah, gotta collect all of those dashboard lights. Otherwise, how would I know? Look, I paid for all the warning lights. I'm gonna use all the warning lights. That's my philosophy on it. Right? I don't know why there's so much controversy. Okay, I like this mix. This is a good mix. This is Lee Major's Moon Mix Volume 1 from 10 years ago. It's a 10-year-old mix. It's still good. I don't know. I got nothing. We should get started soon, because we got a lot to do. We got to go back into the multi-informational display, and I want to put a very small value resistor on each LED. So we'll have two resistors, and the LED sitting at a right angle from those, and that'll push the LED out away from the pads, and it'll put it in the right position. But also, it will lessen the brightness just a little bit on those LEDs. In the car, this close, so close to matching the brightness of the rest of the cluster. I'm gonna block that phrase and auto-mod it. The only thing is I don't remember how to do it, otherwise I would do it right now. What do you guys think is going to be the next, like, device that everybody will know about? You know, like Apple keeps coming out with these things, what, AirTags or whatever the hell they are? Or, you know, the Apple Watch or whatever the fuck it's called. Everybody knows about these things. Like, what do you think the next one of those types of things is going to be? I'm sure people in industry already know, but... yeah, what's the next piece of electronics hardware that everyone is gonna, like, know or desire? Not really desire, just know about. What are you gonna make? I guess if you could answer that question clearly enough, you'd be a billionaire, so there's that. Or a millionaire, at the very least. And I'm sure there's a constant churn of, Tide Pods with different flavors. All right. That's not electronic in nature. I don't really know what you mean about diffusion. Apple catheter. All right. Yeah, like, there's a constant churn of terrible ideas. I should know. I'm part of that. But what do you think the next one that they're going to pick up is going to be? I find that interesting to think about. Do you think there's going to be... well, I mean, graphics card companies are pretty much at the forefront of that one, right? Self-driving, just because of the amalgamation of data that they have to do in real time, makes it very a very juicy problem for a graphics card chip to do with all of its parallel processing power. Self-driving car converter. I don't know if that's going to be widespread. I mean, I know. The Muscat is pushing for self-driving, and to a degree, the Teslas already have it. Aside from the fact that they are murderous, the couple times that I have been able to ride with my friend in his Tesla, it has tried to murder us many times. just because Pennsylvania roads are kind of bad. They're kind of bad. They're kind of not amazing. But I mean, I guess that technology will eventually improve, but AI diffusion-based approach to create images off a signal rather than storing and displaying a bitmap. The display generates the image on the fly with generational info. That is very complicated and weird. So the advent of the AI black box, you're kind of becoming a proponent of. Will we have something like a board with a bunch of electronics on it that you will put to a task and have it run iterative errors at such a speed that in a reasonable amount of time, you will then be able to have the black box that produces the effect on the other end that you want. I want it to do, I want this microcontroller to move this foot in a reasonable way. And so you set it to do that, and it'll do, in a test setup, it'll do that until it gets it right. And then you would implement that in the real world, and supposedly it would work. Everyone wants to be a robot. Yeah, I suppose. Something people attach to their body. Rejection is a bitch, though. Biological rejection is a bitch. And so I don't know. I don't know where that would go. Telehealth, online doctor visit. Oh, what's that? Devices that collect our health data better. Man, I would put all of my health data into an AI. I would not mind an AI diagnosis. I want to see what it comes up with, and it's just going to say fat fuck, and I'll be like, all right, I can't argue, because it would be pretty cool. Augmented reality glasses that don't look dumb. That's waiting on sort of the churn of technology. We're a little bit off from that. We're getting close. We're getting close to the point where you can put enough cameras and display stuff in a pair of glasses to not be obnoxious, but it's still kind of big, so that's going to take a little bit. Mobile devices will become the AI black box. It'll make your life and health decisions. Well, that is a direction that a lot of healthcare stuff is going, because everybody is carrying around a decently powerful computer in them. And in fact, mine knows my glucose level and how much insulin is going in and out of my body. But how long will that take to catch on? Because they've been talking about closed loop feedback in diabetes for centuries, and it took people going, hey, hold on, we have all the tools to do this ourselves, and they just did it. And apparently that lit a fire under the healthcare companies' asses. So my bet is that technology will decline, maybe a new dark ages. I would say stagnate. I think stagnate and evolve within its own means would be something that I've thought about. Something that I've thought about. Stagnate and evolve within itself, but not, progress. Did they work on smell-o-vision in like the 90s or something? That's just a bad idea. I think that one doesn't make it off of the drawing board, although it did at one point, which is a real big mistake. That's the last big mistake you'll ever make. Picture of a cat, AI screen. Yeah, that's interesting. Because I mean, I guess that would be more like a. It seems like it's kind of skirting on the idea of like having an FPGA-based graphic. Well, they already do that. Like display via FPGA, where the input directly influences the output. I don't know where the AI needs to come in on there, unless you're talking like the best true motion your grandparents have ever not disabled on their TV. Didn't GameCube have a smell device? I'm gonna regret Googling this because Google will have more information about me. GameCube smell. GameCube stink like smell. GameCube smell. GameCube cigarette smell. Just randomly remembered, hold on. Oh, that's randomly remembered the smell of the McDonald's GameCube. Yeah, McDonald's GameCube. All right, man. This computer can get a little slow. Anyone notice that PS4 games don't smell as ... I'm not going to continue that. I don't think that device existed. Sit in a chair and watch a big TV. Then as you're flying through the forest, spray you with pine sol. I love the patent that Sony has where you're watching like a McDonald's. I think it was literally a McDonald's commercial, and they show the person having to get up and go, "I love McDonald's," and then the commercial ends. It won't end until you do that. That's a patent. Somebody patented that. Somebody thought, what if we do this? It's like, oh, a slider scented White Castle candle. White Castle burgers are really weird. I don't understand how anything can spend that little time in a microwave and be perfectly cooked. I mean, I guess the bread just doesn't have a lot of mass to it, and the meat doesn't have a lot of mass to it. I think it's a numbers game. Yeah, I think that's a numbers game. But you put it in the microwave for like 30 seconds, and it's like a perfectly cooked burger-ish, burger adjacent object. I mean, I'm in Pennsylvania. We got a White Castle nearby, I think. Where's the nearest way? I don't know. I'm not gonna give you guys coordinates or anything, but maps.google. This one's gonna kick me. White Castle. I need a fix. White cattle. Is it going to interpret it properly? Yeah, it did. Okay, it corrected it for me. Oh my God, there's like a bomb radius around me that doesn't have them. I don't know which one is fat. I could go way north or I could go way west, basically to the shore. Yeah, I have to go to the shore essentially to get to one. Known for miniature burgers. Yeah, sliders. Not the 1990s TV series. There's also one way up northeast. Might as well just go to New York in that case. Damn. Yeah, so I'm pretty far. Hey, it's Many Masks, subbed with a tier 1. Thank you for subbing, It's Many Masks. I don't know what I've done to prove to you that I'm worthy of subbing to. Because we've just been sitting here talking poop. We've been here chewing the poop. Chewing the poop. That's what we're doing. My son worked at one for a couple of years. The patties are steamed. Yeah, I guess the whole principle behind them is you cook them in the little plastic container, plastic bag, and that instantly makes steam, and then it cooks the burger. That's Pickle Ricky. Does the laser names on the wall still a thing? Yeah. I'm waiting on circuit boards right now. I did an Osh Park order. It is taking a bit of time. The holiday season was in the middle of the production of the boards. I suspect they should get here any minute now, to be honest. It was 3-day shipping, but we had to wait for a production run. So I don't know what the deal is with that. It was my first time using Osh Park. So I'm from just outside Philly, so that and lasers with a good incentive. Hell yeah, man. All right. Appreciate it. Yeah, we are working on the laser board. I'm just waiting. I need those status lights to work nicely. Still have to order those parts for it too, but we'll get there. We'll get there. I'm not rushing. I'm not gonna rush burn the subs, and I know some weirdos in chat for some reason think that I need to get it done fast, or that the fact that we've been slowly sort of building it up over time is like a disadvantage. This is an art project. This needs to look good and be nice. And this is a personal project that doesn't have a deadline associated with it. The only deadline is me slumping into poverty over the loss of a weirdly large amount of gift subs to my channel due to the board. It has that effect. I got a little worried that I'd lose my healthcare while on it. Yeah, making automation for a streamer and getting parts. Most of it is the stuff that you think will be really quick while you're streaming. You're like, oh, I just have to solder some resistors. It takes 5 hours. Everything takes a long amount of time when you're streaming because you're sitting here ushering people through the logic and the thought process over and over again. Not everybody is on the same page. Yes, body me. Hey. Whoa, did your finger slip or I think your finger slipped on the button or something. Why are these slow lately? I don't understand why they're so slow. The global supply chain is kind of broken. We haven't run into it too much because I've been very thrifty with the trash that I have already here. Most of what's taking us time is the process of designing and 3D printing stuff. We're doing it kind of the right way. We're modeling things properly, we're printing them carefully, and then we're assembling them. But yeah, Yes Body Me, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Those go a long way. Kagas, X-Blast, NL, El Plagiato, I can't do it. Jay Ramsey and Hono Saruna. Those are the first, that's the first 5 gift sub chain from Yes Body Me. Thank you so much. Mama is a fan. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Hey, thank you, thank you. 3D printing, even more of a reason. Well, the 3D printer, I got to the point where it just works. It just works and it does PETG. And so I've been playing with multiple materials in order to create things like things that I can illuminate, etc. Bought a Pi 3 for like 20 bucks. Pi 3B Plus is what powers the board. There's a lot of stuff that you can do with a Raspberry Pi to the point where it's actually intimidating as a beginner. The Raspberry Pi 3, I mean, just the Raspberry Pi in general, it's like a whole computer. It's like a whole entire computer. And doing a little bit of like embedded systems style, like, what am I looking for? Interacting with the physical world with one seems like it's a little bit over the top because you could just use a microcontroller to do that. But if it's a jumping off point, if you know nothing about programming, there's some modules that you could do with it and stuff like that that'll bring you into sort of the realm of this hobby of doing embedded systems and even like electronics knowledge and repair. It's all connected. It's all connected. It's like electricity and magnetism. It's in everything. Everything. Print horse armor. Listen, I bought horse armor. I said, it's $5. What's the harm? That kicked off everything we know about the game industry now. That alone. Right now the Pi 3 is over $100. Yeah, they're impossible to get. And I have the backup one for this as well, and I'm cherished like that. I need to put that in a safe. Because this project, the board, actually does garner the complexity, the capabilities of doing complex computation that the Raspberry Pi brings to the table. To do everything that the board does in a microcontroller would be a nightmare. So yeah, Pi's used to be $30. They used to be like a throw at a problem style computer. Why do we have this view? Oh, well, I'm not gonna question it. This is where Burn the Subs would go if I had one. Cost a quarter of a laptop. You can just pick up a laptop on eBay for 60 bucks. They can't stop you. They can't stop you from doing that. You can just buy laptops off of eBay. You know, it's perfectly legal. The law can't do anything about it. Was that the Sonic woo noise? It was close. Sonic adjacent. All right. We should get started. I got plenty of stuff to do. My glucose level's rising. We're gonna get to this stuff. Let's lower the volume. Lower the volume. I'm shouting at the guy in the booth that I don't have. Lower the volume. Get start soon out of here. It's scaring chat. Chat gets scared. They don't know what to do about it. They see it. It frightens them. Tiny Windows computers on Amazon? No. I know Gonad, Flashlight Gonad knows a lot about tiny Windows computers. I have an embedded Windows computer, but that's a totally different animal, and it's so old that I mean, like a Raspberry Pi is like way more powerful than that computer. But it came from like a Pico Energy, like power relay station or something like that. It's got like a cell phone modem in it. It's cool. I want to use it for something. I would use it to like if I CNC the mill. I think that's the computer that would go there, and it would probably run Windows 98. But anyway, or Linux. It'll probably run Linux perfectly fine. I'm miffed that my car computer, the computer that I use to interface with the BMW, it's a Windows 10 machine, but it can barely run Windows 10 fluidly. Windows 10 does all kinds of these checks when you start it up, and maybe I need to disable all of that stuff, but all those checks that Windows 10 does means that I'm sitting there with my car's battery draining, waiting for this Windows machine to come up so that I can get into the module and figure out what the errors are. So yeah, RISC-V adoption. I don't know too much into that realm, but anyway, what are we doing right now? I was running the build the rest of the owl issues with anything circuit board related. This stream might help with that. If we get to circuit board stuff, circuit board level stuff, there might be some things that I explicitly state that tutorials and how-tos can tend to gloss over. I like to relay things in a simple manner. I like to speak to the doing, not the calculating, and I know a lot about how to do things. I have particular methods that I use, and I explain them 1,000 times, and I will explain them 1,000 times more. So I can't say to, you know, obviously there's not a lot of detail in the comment, but I can speak to the fact that there's a possibility that you will see stuff on stream that will open your eyes to the little interstitial pieces of the hobby that some places might not emphasize. Anyway, what are we doing today? What's going on? Where are we? What is this place? Why am I here? Can I leave? Am I being detained? Is this even real? Here's the deal. This is what we're working on today. I'm still fixing my car because my car is a piece of shit and it hates me. It seems like everything I look at in the car looks perfectly fine. Everything is totally working and totally functioning and everything's fine and everybody's happy. And then I go, cool, that's cool. Can I listen to the radio? And the car's like, no, you can't listen to the radio. Why? Oh, because the radio works perfectly fine. Oh, okay. Hey, can I have anti-lock brakes? No, you can't. You can't have anti-lock brakes. Why? Because they work perfectly. This has been the story with ABS and the radio. The radio only started complaining and doing weird stuff because my battery died and I rehooked the battery. I had the audacity of putting a new battery in there. I guess running at a failing state was enough to like put all the electronics off guard. And then when I put it into a good state, the voltage was a little higher and everything failed. I don't know, but I've looked at every module in the car. We looked at the, yesterday we looked at the receiver and we had no way to bench test it. I don't know how you bench test the receiver. I think you need like a K-bus tool to speak to the radio and tell it that, you know, coddle it and be like, everything's fine. Don't worry, radio. You're fine. Just do your thing. But it didn't have that. So when we hooked it up, it was just like internally screaming. So we weren't able to figure out whether or not any audio was coming out of the thing. I looked at the amplifier, which is this thing sitting right here that sits in the trunk. This thing gets all of the disparaging signals for audio, amplifies them, obviously, and it sends it out to all the speakers. I looked at this, and there was a shitload of corrosion on the connector, on the PCB that has the two plugs on the top. So I fixed it. I soldered it, and I ohmed it out, and everything was awesome and working. Then we looked at the display module to see if that had anything to do with it. I actually knew that this didn't have anything to do with it, but the cable on the display module was bad. It just goes bad. And so there were pixels that were out. We went through the arduous task of trying to align a giant zebra cable and tape it down and flatten it and get clips on there in order to make it work. And it works. It works really well. We're going to put an extra resistor on the LEDs in here because this actually dims perfectly fine with the car dimmer, but it is a little bit too bright, just a little bit. So we'll just go in there and fix that, and then I never have to think about that thing again. What other components are there? There's a hands-free adapter that I tested to see whether or not it was interfering with the function of the radio. Last night, it's one wide 8-track. No, this is just the information display in the car. This just tells you what's going on with the radio. It's the piece above it, the CD changer, or the CD deck, the CD player, that actually has all the receiving equipment on it. We looked at that yesterday. Yeah, it dims with everything else. It's just a touch brighter than the car's lights. So in order to make it perfect, because every time I get in the car, I'm going to think, I should get that out and I should do the mod. We're going to do the mod now, just so I can sleep at night. Last night, I plug an extension cord into the garage and I open the garage door and I start walking towards my car like in a hero movie with music playing. And well, there was no music playing because the car stereo is broken. But anyway, I start walking towards my car and then the extension cord flies out of my hand. So I get a second extension cord and plug that one in, and I start walking towards the car, and 2 steps from the car, that one flies out of my hand. I park a little further away from the garage than is necessary, than is really convenient. Anyway, to that, I plug my oscilloscope in because I don't have a portable oscilloscope. We were looking at those 3-in-1 units, the little multimeter looking things that do like frequency analysis and all that cool stuff for like $200. I want to get one, but the holiday season and repairing my car has hit me a little bit hard. So we got to wait a little bit until I get one of those. That would have been really convenient because I could have oh, there's what's going on. Anyway, I took my oscilloscope all the way out to the car in the middle of the night and I hooked it up and I turned the radio on and I had it playing and then I poked into the various connections. 12 volts goes to the amplifier. I plugged in to part of the little tiny connector, the input connector. I saw audio. I should know, I've looked at a lot of audio on the oscilloscope before. That was people talking. That was audio on the radio. I could see it. So then I looked at the output, nothing. Wayne Johnson, tier 1 for 32 months. With some weird corgi stuff going on. My corgi was mad at me today. I didn't let her say hi to the dogs that were not that friendly towards other dogs. And so she got belligerent and grabbed the leash in her mouth and started leading me back up to the house. She was mad at me. Anyway, she was also mad at me yesterday for streaming a little bit over time. One of those USB computer scopes on the way, but max 5 volts, 100 megahertz. The ones that I saw on Alibaba looked really, really cool. And maybe they're not good for like writing like a paper or characterizing something perfectly, but they look like they're absolutely like the best at quick troubleshooting, which is all I ever do. So for when you're mobile and you're wandering around, you can hook up that O-scope to something and say, there's a signal there. Or you could hook it up to an antenna that's screwed to your buddy's car and go, you need to cut a little bit off of the end of the antenna. I think that's perfect. I think that's amazing. So I really want to get one. I think that's next on my equipment purchase list. Even though an oscilloscope with an HDMI would be even more desirable to me than that. I've been hoping that somewhere along the line, some stupid sponsor was like, hey, we would love it if you'd use our scope, and here's some money. Do you really need the radio? Isn't like the ABS more important? Yeah, who needs a radio in their car? I'm just going to sit there in awkward, pregnant silence, waiting for somebody to say something, and then I'll be startled when they do, and I don't have ABS, so we'll just crash and die. I know the ABS function is more important, but it requires me to get under the car to test it. And while I'm doing this, I would rather not leave my car in a less functional state. This has been the only thing that I've been able to actually reliably fix. I went in and I replaced all the wheel speed sensors, and so naturally that meant that the wheel speed sensors no longer worked. I had to get a little bit of grit from behind a wheel speed sensor. And again, this is by lugging the oscilloscope out to the garage, hooking it up, and plugging into the cable, and looking at the read back, looking at the voltage levels that the computer module was seeing from those. I had to get the long oscilloscope probe. That's this thing here. Actually, wait, where is that? It's in here. I have these super long probes that you'd think would never come in handy. Need tweezers to grab it. But it do. This is actually one of the most useful things that I had. This long friggin', it's hard to see on the camera. I'll just try to use contrast. This long probe is what I used to poke all the way down into the connector through the weatherproofing and stuff until I got to the back of the connector as it was connected. Because they're active sensors, they need a voltage level in order to function. And it's better to test them in situ. Now you can use the computer to get into it too, But that doesn't, if you've got a bad computer, it's like the brain telling you there's something wrong with the brain. So it doesn't really work. So probing it with an O-scope was how I realized there was some schmutz behind the connector housing for, not the connector, there was some schmutz behind the sensor mount, and so it was off by a little bit and it wasn't reporting properly. So now I know I've got good wheel speed sensors, but there's a lot more to anti-lock braking systems than you'd think. I got all kinds of different errors, and one of the errors was the pre-compressor pump. The pre-compressor pump. So there's that. That thing was clearly stuck, so I replaced that. The pedal had a really soft feel to it, so I decided to replace the master cylinder. And then it was like an infinite cycle of bleeding the brakes with a pressure bleeder, because I'm one guy, I'm just one person. And I don't know. It still didn't fix it. So now, after having anti-lock brakes during the rainstorm right before Christmas, I now don't have anti-lock brakes. I think the system is fully bled, but I'm getting the same errors about the motor, even though I was emergency braking with ABS in the rainstorm. So I don't know what the deal is with that. So I'm so fed up with the anti-lock brake system. That's why I went over the whole thing right now, because you mentioned it. You push the button. Schmutz, is that an American word? Is it Yiddish? I don't know. Calling something an American word is a little weird, because we are several different languages in a trench coat. All right, anyway, so my eternal bitching about my car aside, what I'd like to do is first and foremost, definitively match the brightness of this information display with the bulbs that are on the rest of my car. What's happening right now, plug this thing in, everything turns on just fine. You can tell when the rows are active or not active because there's a little bit of bleed through with the orange light that comes through this thing. So what we'll do is we'll pop off the back here. I'll get this circuit board out, probably through some very creative use of a Torx screwdriver, and then we're going to add one resistor to the circuit board, put it back in, test it, we'll accept it. And I'll hopefully never think about it again. So I'm going to need Torx bits, but first of all, this thing is literally just clipped into place, these two windows. And I think these holes are so you can get to those Torx bits. Maybe not. But we need to pry this thing open. I guess I'm just going to use a screwdriver to do that. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. This is the final part of the car audio projects. The other thing that went wrong, I mean, I know that this amp is dead. So it's not what do you call it? It is not the phone module monkeying around with stuff, because plugged in or not plugged in, phone module, I pulled both of the fuses for it and tried. There's still no audio. So what does the ECU fault code say? It speaks German, so I don't even know. No, it says Druck sensor is one of them, but the other one is something to do with the pump. And it says check your pre-compressor pump. Usually when that happens, it says like a bad pressure reading, and people think that it's the pressure sensor, but I looked at the amount of brake pressure that I could put on it at max, and that was about 70 bar, and then with the booster I think it was like 170 bar or something like that. So that works, that sensor works. Been in a Fiat engine today. I'm sorry for your loss of sanity. Guy said he needs a security Torx bit. None of them fit. I took a closer look. The slot at 5 points, not 6. Oh my God. Can you do the screwdriver trick with them? They might be too big for the screwdriver trick. For those of you that don't know, the security Torx bit is the least secure fastener that exists. And the reason is that because of that little post in the middle, you can take a flathead screwdriver. You can even do this with regular Torx. So you take a flathead screwdriver and you can just put it into if you have one that's just the right size and it's strong enough, you can put it into that Torx bit and it'll just go between two of the lobes like that. Just just like that. And you can also make it work like this. And you can still unscrew the screw. Security Torx is completely fucking useless. It's the most comical of all of the security fasteners, because it can be subverted with the most basic of drivers. The dimensions just work out. It's so stupid. I love it. Anyway, we got 3 of them right here, and I need to get to them. Well, I guess I could do what I was just doing. I could just use this and get all the way down in there. Yep, there we go. Perfect. Because I don't really want to disturb anything else in here. I do not, the last thing that I want to have happen is to disturb that flat cable we were working with yesterday and have it render, well, make me do another repair job. It looks like they make you punch through in order to get to this, huh? At least they planned for the bulbs going out. I mean, you don't design something with bulbs and not have some kind of a contingency plan for replacing them. Bada bing. Okay, so that releases this circuit board, and I can take the cable off of the end here. I gotta work it around this. Well, luckily there aren't incandescent bulbs in here anymore. And now we can just add a resistor to what's already here. And that'll actually push the LEDs that way a little bit. Warranty? What the fuck is a warranty? The car's from 1999. What do you think? It's an E39 528i. Touring. Okay, let's get a small resistor on this thing. We know that this thing functions at 5 volts, or 4 volts rather, when the thing runs. It's probably a little closer to 5 volts, but we have a 331 resistor in there. 331. Well, the cool thing about 0805 resistors is that they tell you exactly what their value is. 331 is 330 ohms because it's 3-3, and then smart people like to call it like a decade or something like that. Who fucking cares? It's the number of zeros. So if it was 330, it would not be a 330 ohm resistor. It would be a 33. It would be a 33 ohm resistor. So 331 tells us there's 1 0 on that number. So 330. I love my surface mount resistors. I think they're great. What we're replacing here, what we've replaced here with this LED is a lamp, and it's a lamp and a little carrier. And I guess I probably could have kept this little carrier if I was clever enough with wire. I probably could have just used wires through this little thing and had the LEDs just kind of like sit in that spot. But you can see here the filament for the lamp is all the way out here, and we're all the way in here. The little opening for it, of course, doesn't, it kind of tightly covers this. And actually, the opening for the lamp actually gets in the way of the resistor a little bit, which is fine because this sits off of the PCB. But I would like to get that lamp a little bit further out. I think it would illuminate the little chambers of the backlighting stuff more evenly. There's like a, you can see here, there's like a plastic chamber. Yeah, you know, they hounded me for a long time about BMW extended warranties. It's so ridiculous. But see, there's a little chamber for each of the lamps. So I would like to get that light out towards the center of the chamber a little bit more, and then it would have more of a chance to light evenly. And then it hits a diffuser screen on the front. I guess they had plenty of room. Nowadays, this whole thing would probably just be like this thick, right? You don't need, for the mechanical part of the buttons, you only need this thickness. You don't need all this on the back because the electronics have evolved to such a degree where you would have everything. It would really only need to be this thick, except for maybe the connector. But 1990s tech, I love it. I love to see it because this is the kind of stuff that we can really sink our teeth into and learn how it works. We didn't have to really learn how this one works. There's a giant fucking microcontroller all the way on this side, and that just speaks with a K-bus, and then these are just LCD drivers. We really didn't need to look into this too closely. There isn't even really like a voltage regulator on it. But it does also pulse different lights at different times. So, all right, what do we think is a reasonable value for a resistor? I think 10 ohms isn't really enough. I think maybe we need like 50 to 100 ohms, because then we'd be going for a 440 ohm resistor on those orange LEDs. I don't want it to be too much dim. Like, it really does need to be tuned. If I was a psycho, and I'm not saying I'm not, but I probably should have put a variable resistor on some wire wrap wires that sort of sneak around the display, so I could plug it in and then tweak it to be the right brightness and then measure the potentiometer. That would have been the real freak show thing to do. I could go do that right now. I could plug that in, I could run out to my car, but it's daytime, it's not dark, so I could run out to my car and I could take the variable resistor, or I could do a different resistor for each LED, and whichever one looks right. That's dumb. I don't need to get that psycho about it. I think maybe 100 ohms. And if we get close to 100 ohms, it doesn't have to be exactly 100 ohms. And since I bought all these different resistors, I have everything that I would need. Let's compromise. Let's go in between them. Let's do 75 ohms. Well, 3/4 of the way there. So we're adding 75 ohms to 330K. Is that really going to make that much of a difference? I think it is. I think it is. And the positioning will be better too. And if I really need to, I'll do this again on my own, because it took me no time at all to get to the circuit board. Yeah, they used to send us like mailers about that too. Extended warranty. Okay, so this is a very simple smash and grab solder job. No, I don't think I need the giant tip. I just don't think I need it. I'm gonna have to do a water break midway through stream. I'm so dry. I'm just, I don't have a lot of liquids down here. I'll have to fill a pitcher with tap water. Delicious. For what? For the lamps, it's just that the lamps have a much reduced shelf life than resistors. They create a lot of heat. They're 5 volts. They got a tungsten filament in them. That filament jiggles around when you drive. LEDs are solid state. They got billions of hours on them. They're just a much better technology, but these dim differently than the LEDs. The change in current affects them differently than with a diode. A diode you can get to dim, but that's within a very narrow range of voltages, and it just, I guess, happened to work out in my car that the dimmer would not render the LEDs off. Hopefully this won't push us into that realm, because if it dims down to a value where we don't get forward current flow through the diode, it will not illuminate. You need to have typical a diode has, what is it, 0.7 volt drop. That's just the amount of volts that it takes to do business with a diode. With an LED, you have something like a 1.4 volt drop, because you're also creating light. And actually every diode creates light. It's just not on the visible spectrum. There's a lot to do with light, photons, magnets, and electromagnetism in electronics. It's kind of crazy. Hey, look, we're already still focused on exactly the right height. Huh, neat. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this on the clamp. It's not necessary. You know, you can buy all kinds of different things to hold up your electronics on the bench. I use a miniature precision machinist vise that was pretty much garbage. Even though this is a palm gren, so actually getting a new one of these is about $600. I'm not going to get a new one of these. This one was neglected or left behind in some way, shape, or form by a machinist. So this is an actual machinist's tool, but I find it to be just the right size and weight for me to solder with. I found it, and it's my thing. It doesn't have to be your thing, and it's not a prerequisite. It's not a prerequisite for working on electronics. You can get all kinds of other different styles of holders. For me, it just really helps me to have the freedom to move the circuit board around. It keeps it above the desk, above things that I need to swing around, and it's a good height for my hands. That's important, because a lot of people come to me and they say, "Father, I love what you do. I can't do it. My hands shake too much." And I say bollocks to that, unless you're everybody has a different condition. You do not need to have incredibly, I guess it's hard for me to say this. It's hard for me to say this because I have very steady hands, but you don't need extremely steady hands to work on this hobby. And it might take a little bit of experimentation, but depending on how you brace your hands, I am not trying to hold my hand up with my entire arm, right? Put your hands on the table and then manipulate stuff. Program a robot for soldering. I mean, you could literally do that. You could do a pick and place and an oven. There you go. Bada bing. Now a robot's doing your soldering. Everyone should buy a $1,000 Kurt Weiss for soldering. Yeah, let's make it a pissing contest. No, I mean there are cheap things that can hold your work while you work, but I don't know. The Palm Gren is really good to me. So what I'm going to do is try to come up with a method for moving this thing 90 degrees, 45 degrees. Oh, I guess I figured it out. This is going to be a mess. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Jesus, Mary, Joseph. Okay, we got it. IEEE 331 reverse engineering. What? What does that even mean? Oh, we cleaned the flux off of this. I probably could use just a little dabble of flux to make these easier to work with without having to add more solder. So this is tacky flux in a syringe. It's very, very useful. What flux does, flux is important. What flux does is, well, there's an element of cleaning to it, but what it is there for is to keep your solder from oxidizing, to keep the metal that you're soldering to from oxidizing. It kind of cleans it off. It holds heat in, and it makes your soldering just that much more pretty and easy to do. I struggle with having the iron anywhere near what I need to solder, even when anchoring my arms. Yeah, see, that's the problem is I can't definitively, like, jump in and say, hey, you're stupid. I'm the streamer, and I'm smart, and I know that everybody can do what I do. You're just dumb. I can't do that because, honestly, I don't know what people's situations are. Some people will be shakier than others, and I guess you'll never know until you really try. The struggle lately with me is actually neuropathy. My fingertips start buzzing when I'm soldering, which is not good. It's not a fun place to be, but I still have steady hands and I can still operate them just fine. Not the people making the comments about not having steady hands might be in that situation, and so it's, you know, I don't know what to tell you about that, but I do know that incredibly steady surgical hands are not incredibly necessary for getting results when soldering. And also, if you go to techniques that don't require you to handle a soldering iron, like I said, pick and place machine, oven. I can't, oh, that little piece of glue. That's what it is. There's a little glue dollop right there that we never peeled it up. That little glue dollop is what held on these things. Some days better than others. It turns out that's a thing that migraines can do. I didn't know that. There's a little dollop of glue on the bottom of these things, so that makes it a little bit more difficult for me to position these components. The dollop of glue is just about where the filament is. The light from the filament would be just in front of that dollop. And we're close to it, but I don't think we're really going to avoid it. Because these resistors can only reach so far. Oop, uh-oh. This is going to be kind of careful work, isn't it? Careful hands, spend time at the genitals. That's what they say. They always told me. I said, bother, you watch out. Am I looking through the microscope when I'm soldering? Here, I'll show you. I'll show you what I do. So when I'm soldering, I sit here in the stool, slightly off kilter from where the screen is. So I'm looking to the left a little bit. I have one leg on the front of the drawers because I don't fit under. The other one actually is under. And I look at the OBS window. So I see exactly what I'm broadcasting. You guys are right next to it. I see exactly what I'm broadcasting. And that way, what I see, you see. So if it's blurry and I'm doing something, then I'm doing it blurry. The problem is my whole setup is like forcing me further this way. So I got the light right here, the third light. I have the camera here, which has this beautiful range of motion, but we're all the way on the side of my desk. And then my desk is covered in filth that keeps moving me further and further over to the side. This is why I'm always crazy about cleanup, is because my shop is actively trying to push me out. I need to spend some time cleaning, but I need to solve this first. I need to get this up and functional. So this might not look like the cleanest job in the world, but I think we'll be able to do it well. We just need to go through all the rows here, and I just need to do this with all of them. We're adding 75 ohms to this because the light level of the display was slightly too much. Slightly. You know what? I think I need to remove that glue. I think I need to get rid of that glue. That's glue. The glue's got to go. Glue's got to go. Glue's in the way. Glue is in the house. So how do we remove that glue? I'm probably gonna have to use a knife. I have that scraper that I used on the I have this scraper. That might do it. I just don't want to ruin the solder mask layer. I just want to get rid of the glue only. Oh yeah, that'll come up clean. Okay, cool. I don't know why they would use such adamant glue on this thing. Glue is in the house. I mean, you know, push comes to shove, I could actually expose parts of the PCB. But yeah, we'll have to use this. This thing has been the GOAT of this entire project. This thing has been the greatest fucking tool. I could use a flat-ended chisel, but this chisel is dull enough that I can use it to scrape stuff from the circuit board and have the copper left behind, right? So I was able to use this in order to scrape up all the pins for the flat cable. I think a lot of the people run into trouble when they are doing this project for refurbishing the screen. They run into trouble with there being just dirt and dust and detritus on the pins, and that'll keep the rubber from pressing them down and making good contact. So I spent quite a bit of time cleaning it off. It's an iron. It's not a. I mean, I guess you could call it a pen's not a terrible time. I just have never heard it. I do 650 degrees Fahrenheit, and then the solder I use is a partially leaded from Mexico. Part time. Okay, so let's get this thing back in. So now the glue will not get in the way of the position of any of this stuff. What I was noticing when I put down the LED, hold on a sec, gotta concentrate. What I was noticing when I put down the LED is that it was facing like this way, like so. It wasn't pointing straight up, and I want it to point straight up. I think that might actually be perfect. If we do them all like this, I think that might be perfect. I just got to get it to sit down. Sit down. There we go. Perfect. It's perfect. Although the little dollop of solder on this side might have kept it from sitting right. It just doesn't sit right with me. So a resistor above and below the resistor is generally not something that you do. But in this case, I needed something to kind of put it out and away. This is weird. I should switch hands. Yeah, that wasn't going to go well. That wasn't going to go well. Not going well. Oh, nope, you let go of that. You're welcome to watch something else. I don't need your shit. All right, let's get a little bit of solder on that non-joint. Why does that look totally out of focus? Just because it is. Hold on, let me move some equipment here. There, that looks a lot better. What are you using to capture so many video sources? A lot of USB cards, like a PCIe USB, because when you have two Logitech cameras, they fight each other, and they need to be on totally separate, like video, or totally separate USB addresses. So there's a lot of webcams. I have 4 webcams going. I have an Elgato capture card that I'm not using currently, but we use it. What is happening here? We use it when I do games, which we haven't done in a little while. I'll need to figure out what game I want to play with you guys. The other webcam, my brain hurts. The microscope is actually a Logitech webcam in a different case, and the thermals are their own sort of different webcam. They're still a webcam, but they're not Logitech, so it plays nicely with the other stuff, the other sources in here. But OBS is then used to just get everything working at once. So I have a friend who uses what does he use? He uses some other program to do all the video stuff, but nope. It didn't really look like there were any. Sorry. The Great Carmelino. I can't say that name without saying it like really loud. I'm not adding them because of the spots. The spots, I think, mostly, I mostly am able to think. I think that the spots are they're a result of the LEDs being all the way over to the side. In addition to that, when I put this in my car at night, I took a look at it, and the what do you call it? The lights from the MID, the multi-informational display unit, were too bright, only by a hair. So I'm adding a 75 ohm resistor into the circuit and using it in order to push everything over to the side and get the light in the right spot. I got 2 birds with 1 stone, you know? Does oxidation increase if you keep heating up the solder several times without the flux? No, I not noticeably. No. What happens over time with solder joints is that they crystallize. They tend to like solidify and crystallize. And when you come back to them with a soldering iron, you need a little bit of extra heat to break it back into its molten form. In addition to that, if you add flux to that, it'll refresh those joints, but they can kind of resist melting back into solder. And I mean, I guess it's crystallization. I don't, that gets into the realm of, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm not a metallurgist after all. But we run into that a lot with the older stuff that I disassemble. What are you doing over here? Give me this resistor. Give me this back. It's mine. Okay, good. Let's see. I guess these are both in the same direction. Yeah, so this goes like this. Okay. It goes like that. Now, if I grab it from the LED, that means that it's going to be all offset. And the flux is starting to get into my tweezers, so they're starting to stick to stuff when I don't want them to. And what I desire from this is that it looks wet, that it looks like it's sort of surface area, surface tensioned itself up to that. It looks like like that picture of the pitcher, that picture of the swimmer emerging from the water, and then the commentary is like, what if the water just didn't like let go? What if it just held on and it was like a film? You want that look out of your solder joints. Oh, this one's 75R0. That's a different marking instead of just 750. I think I'm having trouble positioning that because the LED is in the way. Get out of the way. Basically, I'm putting them all the way out like that. It would be easier for me to have them inboard a little bit, but I'm trying to push the LED out as far as possible to get it into position, because it's still a little bit off from where it was, where the light source was, but it's close enough that if I just put a little bit of effort into it, it'll have good results. That may not be a too hot or too cold. It might just be a technique thing or a flux thing. Flux will help everybody get along. Basically, you want to have, like, this is a rosin core solder, so that rosin is going to then, you know, cover everything and make it nice and happy. You see, it will stick to the soldering iron, but if you may need to tin the tip in order to get it to stick evenly, what you really want, because you're not using the tip of the iron to deposit the solder. Now I have to do some weird stuff when I'm doing this because I don't have access. I'm not like heating an entire pad, you know? So you're not really directly heating the solder. You're supposed to heat the thing that the solder is supposed to stick to. And then you apply the solder. Now see, this one is fighting me on that regard. If I had pristine conditions, I could show you the effect, but I'm just gonna have to deposit a blob like this in order to get that resistor started, clean the tip so that I don't have a big blob sitting on it, shake my left hand so that my fingers aren't getting all neuropathy on me, and then heat the joint. It does not working out. Yeah, I'm supposed to be heating the thing and then applying the solder to the thing, because then all the flux gets to the right part. But I'm having a little trouble with it on this. But as I heat that, it should distribute itself on there. Yeah, clean parts, a little bit of flux, don't overdo it. You're not Louis Rossmann, you don't have a sonic oven. The other part about it is you don't need to be a perfectionist. People out here getting away with murder in electronics, so they do whatever the hell they want, as long as it works. But the techniques help stave off the frustration of things not working properly, so it's what it's. Next. That is super duper bright. I think maybe my aperture's open a little too far. Close that up. No, I need that light. There we go. Okay, next. Oh, that's not quite. There's a little lip right there. That's all right. Okay, so I'm gonna heat one pad, let the heat get in there for a second. Go to the other pad, heat get in there for a second. Jump back to the first one, second one, first one, second one, first one, second one, first one, second one, first one, second, first. Damn it, it's not really cooperating. Second, first one, second one, first one. I'm having trouble. I think maybe I need the iron to be a little flatter so there's better heat transfer. Yeah, like anything, the more you do it, the more you know. These boring ass factory things like I'm doing right now are kind of useful actually, because they help strengthen your techniques. So here we go, a little bit of flux, a little bit of flux, a little bit of tacky flux, which is the dirtiest tacky flux applicator on Twitch. Get that. Oh, I bunched the camera. Now it looks out of focus again. What's wrong with me? Come on. Come on. Come on. Give me the thing. There you go. You wait here. You wait here. The damn flux on the tweezers is like a pet peeve. It's a PV pet. So this is desoldering braid. It's just a copper braid that has flux in it and encourages through surface area. There's what is it, the wicking effect? What is that called again? Anyway, that encourages the solder to flow into the wick and off of your stuff. Once something is tinned, you will never untin it. That material, that metal material, has gotten into the crystal structure of the other material. It doesn't mean it's an alloy, but it is permanently attached until you use mechanical means to remove layers. Oh my God, the flux on the tweezers is going to drive me batshit insane. That shit insane. It's a bat. See this is I hate. This is part of bother. Why do you hate flux? Okay. Add a little bit of solder to that pad because it's gonna fucking solder. The thinner solder is a lot weaker and it breaks off on my little solder spool. The more I use it, the lighter the spool will be, though, so that'll eventually work itself out. All right, brush my hair back, grab a resistor. That immediately, probably magnetically sticks to the tweezers. Are the tweezers magnetic? It might be. Might have to take a blowtorch to them. Magnets hate heat. Similar to myself. I mean, reusing these parts is like not really necessary, huh? Helps to not have a crappy soldering iron. Yeah, and good soldering irons are more and more affordable by the day. More and more affordable by the day. Probably didn't need to remove the solder of this, huh? On this. Of this, the solder of this. And get a little bit in there. Oh my God, it tombstoned. The surface tension on the resistor chip is enough to pull it upwards and make it into a tombstone. That's what tombstoning is. When your resistors, your surface mount components, stand up. Stand up. Make it smooth. Nice. Nice. Nicey nice. Nobody knows what I'm referencing when I say that. Nobody knows. It's too obscure, bother. Nobody knows what you're referencing. Weird, obscure electronic music samples. Okay, having a little trouble with this one. I shouldn't be leaning around the resistor like that, or sorry, the LED like that, because it's risking me hitting the plastic, the lower temperature lens of the LED. How do I differentiate anode and cathode? These LEDs have a little T marking underneath them. That's one way to do it. The way chat does it is they can see a green mark on the top. I don't see it. I don't see it. I guess it's easier to see if I shade it a little bit. There's like a gap in the trace under there. So I guess that's another indicator. You can see that little gap in there. And I guess one of the pins is a little bit green. What I do is I flip them over and I look at that T marking. With LEDs, like if you have a through-hole LED, you can tell which is the anode and cathode by the various design cues of the LED. And one of them is, the one they'll always teach you in the books is that one leg is shorter than the other. That's not one that you can really rely on ever. One leg shorter than the other, fine. There's a flat spot on the cathode, which is the negative end, on the ring of the LED's body. And this is only through holes. With surface mount LEDs, it's hard to tell. They've adopted kind of like a green T marking for some of them. If you are still in the lurch and you don't know what the poles are for the LED, you can take a multimeter. A step ladder. You can take a multimeter and you can put it on the diode mode. And the multimeter is going to try to figure out what the forward voltage of that diode is. Now, your diode happens to be a light emitter, so it is going to take a larger forward voltage in order to start dioding and emitting. But because the multimeter is doing that at such low voltage and current, it will illuminate the LED, and it'll tell you which is the positive and the negative lead. So push comes to shove, if you're looking at weird LEDs and you don't have any visual cues about what is positive and what is negative, you can use a multimeter, and it will tell you definitively, and it will illuminate the LED as well, so you can tell the color of the LED, and I've done this a lot. Done it a lot. The visual cues be damned. What the hell? Why am I not getting this? Like, oh, because this is some stuff under it. I would have said schmutz, but I got flack for saying that before. There you go. Did I expose copper? That's not good. I think I went a little too heavy, a little too deep. I dug too greedily. I think that's just left on the top. I think that's just left over on top. We're gonna roll with that assumption, and hopefully we won't create a short circuit on that. Because if I go too deep, then that well, if it turns out that that is exposed copper, the solder mask is so thin on this thing. If that's exposed copper, I can put a piece of Kapton tape under it, even though Kapton tape has like quite a bit of thickness in this scale. I guess I could do UV glue, but UV glue is also going to have thickness. It's going to have a thickness with a thickness. Yeah, 75R0. I'm adding 75 ohms to these because they're not bright enough. Or sorry, they're too bright enough. They're too bright enough for the system. So I dim them, or I put a little bit more resistance on it. It's going to limit the current, and LEDs are sensitive to current, so that will dim it just a little bit. When you're setting up like LEDs for like test fixtures and stuff, if you're going to be viewing the LEDs directly, don't calculate the value of the LED based on the maximum forward current. My soldering iron just turned itself off because it thought I would burn down the house. Okay, there. Don't calculate it based on the maximum amount of current. If you're putting stuff into a breadboard, an electronics breadboard, and you just need an indicator, do yourself a favor. Put like a 1 kilo ohm or a 10 kilo ohm resistor on it, because that way it won't be retina shattering when it illuminates. If you are putting it into something that is going to manage the light and turn it into a different shape, like for instance a diffuser that goes behind an LCD, etc., well, or if you're electronically controlling the LED, then by all means put the maximum resistor on there. We chose 330 ohms because we had no idea what was going on, and there's a lot of like diffusion stuff that this thing goes. There's at least one layer of diffusion that this goes into, but it was a little bit too much light, and so there's like a halo around the LCD components, a little halo around them. So it'll just help us out to add a little bit more resistance, and then it'll match in brightness, and everything will look OE. That'll be pretty cool. Cosmo Quest X. Rating with a party of 16. How's it going? Anything going on out there in space? Nah, nothing's really happening in the vast, infinite bounds of the universe. We're a little bit more terrestrial today. You guys may have missed when I got all my optics out. I got all my optics out recently, and we kind of failed at doing this, but I wanted to prove once and for all that the Earth was flat by making a ring laser gyroscope. And couple little issues. I bought maybe like $100 worth of extra optics gear to sort of supplement my former, in my teenage years, I had an optics bench and stuff. So we supplemented some of the stuff, and I happen to have like a big bearing like turntable, and we were able to get the ring laser going but it was a single source, so it was very noisy and difficult to operate. And so I want to take another stab at that one day, but get all of my stuff out of the storage area again, and this time put a helium neon laser on it. It's like impossible to find the type of laser that outputs in both directions, so I guess we won't do that. If I really wanted to use a diode laser, I guess I could also use fiber optics, which I have a little bit of. I don't know if I have the fixtures to hold fiber optics, though. But yeah, we inadvertently, I think, prove that the Earth might be also flat just by failing so hard. But barring any future failures, I would like to take all that stuff out again and figure out some optical experiments that I can do. But it would have been cool because the phenomenon of a laser emitting from one spot in two directions and taking a different path time due to rotation can give you the rotation of the planet, the rotation rate of the planet, which is cool. You're decoupling your laser from the physical world and sending it into itself, and it's able to measure the sort of physical movement that has occurred during its travel time. Cool stuff. And the weird thing is it works on such a macro scale where if you spin it at a certain rate, the dot gets brighter. It's wild. But yeah, we got an interference pattern out of my like diode, my pulsed diode laser, and that's where it ended. I wonder if I want to use hot air to get these a little flatter. Flat earther globe head. No, hold on. Let me just bounce between contacts. That might flatten it out. I just don't want to, I don't want to ever touch the lens of the LED when I'm working with it like this, because if you touch the lens of these LEDs, it melts. Yeah, I was just about to get into that. What am I doing? I don't even know. I've lost track. I've lost track of my own life. No, what we're working on right now is the multi-information display of my BMW, my beautiful luxury expensive car. No, this is the multi-information display. This is a piece of electronics that only works on the car's digital bus. What it does is it displays your radio station and allows you to control a whole bunch of other stuff. But it's all integrated. It's all connected to all the computery stuff. What eventually happens to these is corrosion gets to them, and there's a flat cable on the bottom of the LCD glass that deteriorates, like a giant flat cable. It's as big as the whole display. It's very old technology, this whole thing. So what we did is my friend who sold me the car 6 years ago had a kit that has the cable. And so we used that kit in order to repair the LCD. While we're at it, a bunch of the actual incandescent bulbs that sat in the reflectors at the back of the screen burnt out. So in order to get even lighting, I replaced the burnt out bulb with an LED. Problem with that being that the LED is so small. Oh, there's a corgi hair on the get the corgi hair out of here. LED bulb is so small that it's in the way we implemented it. We just had a resistor and an LED, right? Current limiting resistor with an LED on the end. Easy enough. It creates enough light. It creates too much light, and it is a little bit out of alignment from where the filament actually existed on the bulbs. This one's burnt out. I need a non-burnt out example. Okay, let go. So what I'm doing is I'm adding another resistor. I'm adding a 75 ohm resistor in conjunction with the 330 ohm. I can use those as legs to push the LED out and get it almost to where all of that light comes from, which I think will be enough. And by sheer luck, the LEDs actually fade out with the console, which lamps, can't really brag. Lamps can dim to very low voltage levels because it's just a resistor that's emitting light, whereas a diode is two pieces of silicon put together, creating boundary conditions that only allow current to pass when you have enough voltage to move the boundary condition far enough to allow current to conduct. It's all physics when you boil them down. So what happens is if you try to dim an LED with like a rheostat, the LED will dim a little bit and then just turn off. They just kind of give up. It's like, yeah, this is whatever. This is done. They're done. They go home. I'm looking for the resistors that spilled off of the PCB earlier, because there's a couple 75 ohm resistors that are kicking around on the desk here. God, it's hot down here today. It's kind of warm. I might move the fan in a second. There's another one. Yeah. Okay, let me flatten this out. Hoi hoi. What are you, in New England? Hoi hoiing me? How's it going? Still fixing the stereo. Listen, I need to be able to sleep at night, so I need to be able to look at this display in the middle of my fucking car. I need to look at it and say, hey, that's the best I could do, and without crying. So so we're back in here, and I'm just dimming the LEDs just a little bit so it matches. The other thing that I want to do is, we're not really fixing the radio, because I know what's wrong now. It's the amplifier. The amplifier is dead. You're in the Caribbean. Oh, hell. That's awesome. I know what's wrong with it, sort of. The amplifier's dead. And I bought one over here, bought another one for 60 bucks. So that'll get here on Monday for 60 bucks. 60 bucks I didn't want to spend, but that's also kind of the threshold that I was willing to accept. Now that I know that it is definitely the amplifier. I can fully unplug the amplifier, and the Bluetooth cell phone thing still works through the speakers. So it's not doing anything with the amp. It has the ability, I guess, to cut off audio, but I think it sends a command to the stereo to turn it on and off. It's actually a pretty capable little thing. I saw a video that some guy did on the capabilities of it, and he had it like voice command, adding navigation instructions and stuff. Pretty cool. Anyway, so it's not cutting audio. What I did is I took the oscilloscope all the way out to the car, and I hooked the oscilloscope up to the amplifier, and I saw audio from the radio going into the amp. So what I'd like to do today, just as by means of autopsy, is take the amplifier, put a signal into it, like a sine wave, and observe the amplified or not amplified sine wave on the other end, and we can get into the circuit a little bit. But before we do that, I just want to make sure that my my display looks right. So we're doing a little bit of soldering at the beginning. Spend the dollars before inflation to make them worthless. Why, huh? What does that have to do with? It's a 1999 car. I just just buying old shit from other cars that might also be broken. And if I get the amp, the new amp, not brand new, if I get the amp that's new to me, and it doesn't work, then at least I have a parts donor. So I do want to know what's wrong with this other one, and it's right up our alley. And this is all 1990s electronics, so everything is the size of surface mount electronics that I can work with. There's a certain thing to be said about that, because if you get something that's too modern, everything is much smaller. It's generations smaller, and it's harder to work with. For me and my aged body. How'd y'all do at Cosmo Quest? You guys survive? I know that stream's pretty brutal. That's a tough stream. You guys are tough. Wait, what is Bother saying? What does that even mean? I don't know. I'm just talking. As a streamer, you have to fill dead airspace, especially as a singular host of a stream where you're supposed to be doing other stuff. And you don't have talking points. I don't have talking points, chat. I don't know what to do. Oh my God. How about that weather? Actually, the weather here's fucking sucked. What's going to happen over the next couple days is, well, I think it already rained again today. December was wall-to-wall rain. And now we're finally going to get actual cold weather. And that will freeze all of the water that's in the ground. And so come fall, once more, I will live in a swamp. but all of our drainage has been pushed to the very brink of its functionality. And I guess we all have confirmed that it works. It works to some degree. Because I'm not currently underwater. I'm close. I might as well be reclassified as an aquatic animal. That's what the weather's been like here. Speak of the weather. Launch of Dailies Space, our new less formal space news show to supplement the formal shows we do for TV. Hey, that's pretty cool. You guys do formal shows for TV? It's pretty cool. I buy stuff just to keep for... You buy stuff for bartering? Daily-ish space. Yeah, space went to like an hourly rate, like an hourly schedule, and they're not on daily. I guess they're 3 times a week we have space these days. I don't know what we have in the meantime. I think it's like brains and circles or something like that. Brain space. It has something to do with dimensions, but we don't get space anymore. We had ether for a little bit. That was nice. I almost poked the soldering iron with my finger. Okay, that is a cold solder joint right there. That should be setting off all of the red flags that people have. That isn't even soldered. Daily-ish. That's cool. What do I do here? What do I do here? This is getting kind of frustrating. I need to do this for so many other joints too. I guess I just need to survive. The objective right now is survive. So we're just going to keep rolling with this. I'm going to keep moving. Because this technique will clean this up. It's just kind of frustrating. If I really wanted to go crazy and like really show off, I have a tile cutting tool for etching tiles. It's this thing right here. There's that. Hold on, I'm getting it out. This tool right here, and if I had the, I need to come up with better techniques for stabilizing the path of this thing. But what I could do is actually use the copper that's on the board right now and scrape up solder pads, and I could use that to create, I could cut, basically isolate. I could go here and then here, and then I would have to do a full U over here. I'd have to go up, over, down, and I could create traces that these would solder to, and that would be super supremely ultra clean. In fact, I could just get a resistor of a higher value here, and I could just go boop boop, you know, and then do the U here. I'd have to go doot doot doot, and I could use that extra pad. Yeah. A fixture, yeah. Can't 3D print anything to make a fixture for this, because the soldering iron is unfortunately a little bit hotter than the 3D print. I always wanted to do what Applied Science did and do the gold deposit onto a 3D print in order to create a Ruiner helmet. I don't know, people don't really remember the game now. In that game, it was like a cyberpunk game, and you had like an LED helmet. But it was like a form-fitting LED helmet. It was like the dimensions, it wasn't like flat panels, which all LED displays pretty much kind of are, unless you print it on like an orange flexi substrate, which is supremely and utterly and ridiculously expensive. So instead, I would have loved to use that technique that he sort of developed to make a headgear that had RGB LEDs all over it in a screen. Whoa, boy, that's moving a little bit much. The LED is completely free. You know, if I get really, really frustrated about this, maybe we will do what I just suggested and actually cut traces. No, that's too extra. That's too extra bother. It's way too much. Okay, I'm screwing that up. Hold on, gotta get the tweezers. There's no way that level is necessary here. It would let me control exactly where the LED is, but I don't think we really necessarily need that. I think all I need to do is just concentrate and just keep working. I just keep working. We'll get it done. Doesn't need to be utterly perfect. Not for this. What I'm kind of accomplishing with this is I am moving the LEDs further out. And if they are sitting flat on the board, which they by all means they should be, then they will shine upwards at about the location of the filament of the incandescent bulbs that were there previously. Because I know LEDs work in the application now. They fade just right. And I know that they are a little bit too bright. So by adding an extra resistor, that also gives me an opportunity to use a leg to push it outwards a little bit more. You don't need to tell me where you're going, you degenerate. But good having you around. Thanks for chatting. I do appreciate that. All right, let's get that there. This is the problem with flux. Get off of my soldering, or get off of my tweezers. Okay, there we go. Oh, I've screwed everything up. Okay. All right, there we go. Now, did I flux this? I don't remember. I think I did. I see some remnants of it. We will have to clean the flux off of this thing. Since this is an optical board, I don't want to let flux sit on it and do bad things. See how that's not traveling to the top of the resistor? I need it to travel to the top of the resistor. There's like a little, the solder makes like a little claw arm that handles the connection. There we go. So if I had fluxed properly, I guess that might not have happened. That's one. Get the other one into position. That can be so slow sometimes. The thing about niche content is you get niche users. Not a lot of conversation going on. I do try to spice up. Oh, uh-oh. I don't want to lose the orientation of the LED. I'm trying to preserve it. Okay, I need to get over here so I don't accidentally... You can nerf these LEDs by stabbing them with a soldering iron, and it'll just melt the plastic top. That's why I'm so like that's why I'm encouraged to do the technique where I cut the trace away and I make myself a little LED pad on these, because it makes it so much more fluid to solder the LED when it has two pads. And you can position yourself so that you don't accidentally stab your LED in the face with a soldering iron. Why is this so weird here? You get off of there. What is happening? Might have to use a little desoldering on that. It looks kind of like I hit the top of the lens with the solder. Strange. I say solder, not solder. I also say aluminum, not aluminium, because we're both wrong and it doesn't matter. It's aluminum if you really want to say the right thing. French. I don't know why we got to add syllables to everything, but here we are. We'll call it titanium. Maybe you do. Try not to judge. Titanium. What did you just wait? What did you just say? That I'm literally just doing this for aesthetics. I'm just doing that for aesthetics. Don't you judge me. I think that's suffering from too much solder. Oh well, whatever. It'll make a connection. On to the next one. Here we are. A little bit of flux is going to help me out. Oh wait, I don't want to solder over a big moment arm, so I'm going to move this in the vise. Be kind to myself. Move things around. Help me do my job. There we go. Beautiful. So, let's see here. A little bit flux. A little bit. Boop. Not much. Okay, so these resistors are just a bunch of different sources. So some of them say 331, some of them say 75R0, others say 750, others say 3300. They all work on the same principle though. The R is to be ignored. You don't need that, but it's the first two digits are the value, and then the third digit is the number of zeros, or the decade that it is. And then if you have an extra digit, you treat it the same way. It's just a little bit more precision in the number. Just get these out of the way first. I'm gripping the LED because I'm protecting it. Get away from my son. Hello? Why did the other one go so easily? Jeez. All right, you can come over here. Come all the way over here. Okay. And then the scraper. Scrape them away, boys. Make sure the underside is actually clean on this thing. I can only scrape so much. Try to get it from the side. I really don't want to scrape this thing down to the PCB, or down to the copper. Sorry, down to the copper. Oh, there's a lip there. That's why I was having trouble. When I don't put the circuit board level with the rest of the vise, I can have trouble getting the iron to the right angle. Hey, thank you for the follows. Appreciate it, everybody. There we go. So that makes it just a little bit flatter. I don't know what they were doing with this glue. I mean, I do know what they were doing. They were gluing the lamps down, but we got LEDs now. Okay, that sent resistors everywhere but where I wanted them to be. I think I picked up 3 and only 2 of them made it back. Or only one of them made it and the other one's stuck to my hand. Look where my hand was. Where'd the LED go? Oh, the resistor. Sorry, it's on the end of this thing. Get off of my tweezers. Get off. Get off. Jeez. All right, so I want those there. Please, please, please don't do that. God, what is up with these tweezers? You get a little bit of flux and the thing's all full of itself. I'll hold on to the resistor. No, you won't. Glue out of there. Get this thing just positioned. Make sure my solder flows onto the whole thing. Get it all the way out to the edge. Oh, no, it's sliding funny. It's sliding funny because there's glue under it. Also, I think I see a dog hair in there, which is baffling to me how a dog hair got all the way out. It's probably on the, what do you call it? On the end of the tweezers. I need to clean them. I need to clean them. All right, those are held in play. That one's a little crooked. Sort of. A little crooked still. Move it out, a little bit over. I'm being a little weird about these just because, yeah, I want it to be nice. Oh, that's going to be tough. There's a little solder under that that's keeping it from sitting flat. That's no good. This is one of the reasons I was thinking about doing individual pads, and why I was thinking about doing, what do you call it, new parts for everything. I mean, if I did that surgery to the board, no, I gotta stop thinking about that. It would be really cool to turn it into kind of its own thing, but I shouldn't. Where'd the other LED pair go? No longer there. It fell down. What? I'm missing a... That's that's new. Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. No idea where it went. On my hand? Stuck to my hand. In the tweezers. On other parts of my hand? No. Is it stuck to the board still? Where did it... Wait a minute. Where did it go? Hold on a second. What? Hold on. What? Hold on. Wait. What? Huh? 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 Chat, you know what this means? I'm just going to do the technique. I'm going to make the pads. I'm going to do it. Screw this. Fuck this. It's too fiddly. Here, check it out. Ready? Look at how much time this is going to take. And I'll probably find the part that I lost in the middle of doing this, but I'm going to do all new LEDs. I'm just going to do this from the beginning. This is what is known. This is kind of a rage quit for Obother right now, because this is too fiddly and everything is sort of misaligned. So what I'm going to do is I am going to take a different iron tip, take the big chisel tip, we're going to roll down the entire board, we're going to roll off all the parts, and we're going to throw them. Chuck them. Because they're all not good. There was too much flux getting around everything, and I feel like the LEDs probably wouldn't be doing their best. So I'm just going to support that, get some heat into this. Pluck off everything. You're all done. You're all out of here. Look at that. All of them gone. All of them baking on the end of this tip. What do I do with them? I'm just going to do this. Wipe them. Wipe them off. Gone. You fired. Everybody gone. All right, that took 2 seconds. Desolder braid, I'm just gonna go over the pads of this. That was the part in the stream when I say you're doing really well. 100 bits for rage quitting, whatever. It was too fiddly. Those 2 bits donations are almost as much as I get from a sub. Oh, it's so fun to hear all of the streamers bitching about not getting their super special boy cut. Although it is a little disheartening that other platforms do give you a better cut of things like subscriptions. Like, why am I here? Why am I here? I'm not even getting a good cut. They should have given everybody the 70/30, though. It's not like they don't have a lot of money. That's one of those one-way streets. It's like speed limits. They'll never raise the speed limit. All right, so everything is nice and clean. There are no components on this board at all whatsoever. The thing is, I've got to remember which end is positive on half of them and which end is positive on the other half. So, like, for instance, these are plus up here, and these are plus down here. And there are previous markings on it. It's funny that these are index markings, the little, you guys can barely see, hold on. The little plus signs on the 2 ends of the board, those are actually indexings. These indexes are there in order to make sure that the machine that's putting stuff down, putting all the components down, is aligned. So that's why they're bright and in that position. They also happen to be the marking for the positive end of the set of 6. So if you put a line here, positive happens to be there, positive happens to be there. Coincidence. Okay, so here's the deal. I need to make 1 extra pad on all of these. 1 extra pad on all of these, and that requires me to mechanically scrape stuff away. I should clean the flux off. I'm going to clean the flux off just so that it's pretty. It's a $600 palm gren. I don't know. It's probably worth more now because everything is expensive now. Oh, there's the one that I was missing. Whatever. Whatever. I don't got time for this shit. All right, I'm gonna take a paper towel and just Windex this thing. That should knock off any of the flux. And I'm standing up for a minute because my right foot is asleep. My foot's asleep. How am I supposed to live like this? All right, let's do a little bit of this. You can. Does Little Machine Shop have it? I don't know if Little... Oh, my markings are going to be gone. Well, we'll just remember the plus sign thing. This is why I use Goof Off, because I'm sitting here scrubbing this and it's not moving. Goof Off, like, immediately removes any of it. Any of the flux. Yeah, I'm going to have to use Goof Off. That'll work much better. I don't know what it is about this stuff, but it just breaks it down better. Then we'll have to scrape up the glue that's remaining on some of the traces. Or, you know, where the lamps were. I gotta refill this thing. There it is. We will scrape up any of the remaining glue. And then I can use the tile cutter to make an extra pad. And that extra pad will help me position the LEDs. Oh, I can see an outline of where the lamps were. That's hilarious. Okay. Having deja vu. Well, we are working on the same thing. It's just, I'm doing it better now. I'm doing much better now. You know, I just want to do right by this part of the project. All right, now where... Oh, I just got rid of the paper towel, and yet this part of the desk is disgusting. Okay, there. We'll focus in on it. I'll get the scraper. It's a good flat scraper. It just happens to be part of a clay working tool set that I have. They're cheap, right? It's just like a dental tool, but it works really well for when you need to scrape something on a board without damaging what's underneath. That beautiful. Although I should probably go this way. Oh, the whole entire board, you can see my fingerprints up there. The whole board is sticky because all it did was distribute the flux. It didn't actually clean it. Ugh. I'll have to give it a once over once we do this. Oh, those are going to be a little challenging, aren't they? How can I do that? Let's see. Because yeah, that's got to be like out here. For the LED, that would need like that. We'll have to figure it out. Okay, that one might just be done in a different technique then. Or I could run a jumper like over here. Okay, there we go. Now let me, the board is sticky and it's driving me nuts, so I'm just gonna give it another once over. Another once over. Ah. Okay, brand new, shiny, pristine, beautiful circuit board. Maybe it's Maybelline. So on these, we will not have a difficult time modifying it. These will be kind of difficult because they're all the way out at the end, and it seems like the component would overhang a little bit. I think I can make it work, though. We do the resistor from positive to the LED. We put the LED all the way out at the end of the little dot because, go back to looking at lamps. The filament for each lamp clocks in at just beyond the dot. I would like to take advantage of the pads that are already there. I'm going to have to add a pad in between so that the resistor can go down between the thing and the other. Yeah, these are neat little, they're little 5-volt LED, or 5-volt incandescent bulbs. Kind of cool. Now, the only thing that I really have to make sure is that I stop scraping at the right point, because we need to allow the trace to continue on. So I'll need to start at a point and scrape out. And then I guess we'll put, the pad will be right here, and then I'll scrape an LED pad on the other side. So I need to go, let's see, the resistor would go here. Like that. And I'm blocking my own light. That's the only problem here. I need that light so that I can see how deep I've gone. I think 2 is about it. Does that look severed? I'll do one more. All right, and then we do one over here. Let's see, resistor, and then LEDs like over here, actually. So LEDs going between these two, so it'd be way over here. We're making a whole trace. This is kind of cramping my style right here. Well, the LED, let me get an LED. Where's my LEDs at? Actually, they're 0805, so let's just look at 0805 resistors in the place. Oh, here, well, here's some components, but we'll have a resistor here between those two. Oh my God, I am going to murder my tweezers. Hold on. This is what happens when you work with this stuff for too long. I start to get angry. Paper towel, this stuff. Why is it not? There it is. No, I'm just gonna clean these off. This is gonna take us all afternoon, isn't it? It usually does. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, maybe we'll get to the radio on Friday. We'll have a final part 2. I'm trying to do right by this thing. So I need to basically go doot and doot in order to make a pad for the LED. It's hard to get it out at the end of the circle. How far out at the end of the circle does it need to be? Pretty much like right at the end, huh? Oops. Where'd that little cluster go that I grabbed? That's all right. I'll grab this cluster. I lost it. There's like resistors and stuff all over the place, and I just need to find them. So I have an example of what I'm cutting. I'll have to use a multimeter to test it when I'm done. So then I just need to go boop and boop. And then I can put the LED not quite off of the circle. I mean, I guess I have control of that. It's just I'm concerned about this right here. The trace gets a little more narrow right where I need to work with it. Just like that. Okay. You know what? On the theme of stuff sticking to my tweezers. Where's my knife? I get the knife. In order to make the, I can't, it's the shadow of my hand that I'm dealing with right now. I need that light but we're right up against the desk. So if I make a little trace right here, I make a little pad right here. How far out does it need to be, actually? This is how I feel doing any kind of electronics work. Once we get into our groove, this will be nice. Okay, so pretty much just right up to the edge. This is how we do it. I just take it layer by layer and remove. See, I can't see the glint of the copper if I do this with the light where it is. I need that light. I guess we'll do it in the vise. I have to do it in the vise. So we'll take it a row at a time. I guess this is where I've developed my patience. People are like, how are you so patient, Father? And it's like, well, if you want to do this kind of stuff, I guess you got to have, like, amazing patience. Why is this uneven in the vise? I don't get it. There it goes. All right, now that that's taller, I can scrape it without losing my light. Egg Pets for 7 months. Hey, thank you for subbing. I appreciate that. Very, very nice of you. The catch 22. It's a catch 222. Most people lose patience before becoming proficient. It takes a certain type, huh? I guess. These aren't going to be perfect by any means, but they'll at least... See that? There it is. There's our copper. It's been hiding. The solder mask is kind of like a polymer-y kind of just coating, and we just want to get under it to the point where we see copper, and then I'll tin it, and then we can put the, like, well, that'll be where the component resides. Helps to do a couple different directions, though, just so you don't end up misinterpreting your scrapes for stuff they aren't. You know, like, you don't think you've actually exposed the whole thing when you haven't. You accidentally the whole thing. Now that LED is really going to go directly across those two. Hold on, I gotta get an LED. Here's one. Luckily, my desk is riddled with components. Well, if I want it to sit even, I need to go a little further, huh? It needs to come out a little bit more. Is that expanding on it? Please do not the cat. Be a faster way to do this. Dremel would be too powerful. Maybe that's scraper? How's that gonna do? So you can kind of control where this thing... Nah, solder mask is too strong for this. It will not give up the ghost. Yeah, that doesn't work. All right, so then now that that's there, then I need this to cut. Well, I gotta go the other direction. So I gotta go from here down. And then here up. I may need to use the knife to scrape in the interstitial space a little bit. Uh-oh. Well, it'll be a curved trace. I can fix that. I can fix that. I wonder if I could use like an end mill and just run it in a square fashion. I guess that is what the engraving bits are for, isn't it? Could we do this on the mill? I wouldn't be able to scrape up the solder mask, but I would be able to control that height and just go doot, doot, doot and make it look really good. To the mill! This is getting more complicated. Do, 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 do. This is getting out of control, but I have to do it. I have to. None of this stuff is in alignment, though. So, well, then again, I'm even worse than this thing would ever do, so that's fine. And maybe I can just tape it to the mill. Nah, I should probably clamp it and then reclamp it for further ones. And we can just eyeball it, and I can use what's in there already, and I can just use the mill in order to keep my my hands straight. The mill has more precision than I do, let's be honest. And it'll make this much cleaner. So let me get an end mill that has a nice width to it, nice triangular profile. Get back over here. Let's see if they get small enough that I can actually do something to this thing. I do have some very, very small ones. Those are too wide. Pretty much needs to be like a hypodermic needle, practically. Yeah, this is pretty good. Okay, let's use that. Let's give it a shot. No, that sounds kind of cool, though. If you want to share it on the Discord, I appreciate that. Here, let's move you guys over here. We only have one light source on the mill right now, and I can't exactly get you guys too close. Maybe you guys can help be my macro eyes. I mean, like, all things considered, I could move the microscope over to the mill because it's got a magnet mount on it, but the cable for the microscope is kind of buried. So let's get light. I'm gonna need to get my face like well into this. And what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna machine that U shape using the knobs. If I can. Just because I can. And I'll try to get the depth to be reasonable. So which one am I using? I can barely see. Where's my light? I might have to put magnification on my own eyes so I can see what's going on. All right, hold on. I'm just moving stuff around so I can actually get to the mill. I really need to clean up. It's one of those things, huh? Okay. One of the crazier things I've done. Not the craziest, but one of the crazier. Everything's gonna shake while I lower the Z. You have a flat end mill to remove solder mask for the pads as well? No. I mean, I guess, but I don't know if I want to take it that far. I think just scraping with a knife is going to be plenty. Unless I get really crazy. Unless this drives me absolutely mad. All right, let's see. I really don't want to put a lot of pressure on this board because it'll destroy the board, but I do need something to hold it with 1 millimeter exposed. Don't have much that can do that. I don't think my, hold on, parallel bars I think are a little out of the question here. Yeah, I've always said it takes big machines to do very precise things. Those are above. Those are above. That's way too far. Sorry, I'm like wedging myself in here. I could move the camera to show you guys what's going on, but I don't think you want to see what I'm doing. That doesn't even, hold on, clean surface underneath. I might have to use like tape or something. Hold on, brushy. There's brushy. The light and the camera are like right in my fucking way. Clean you off. No chips. And again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. We do need to spend some time cleaning up this milling machine. It's not in good shape. Yeah, the larger it is, the more precise it can be. Yeah. Yes, sure. That is barely going to be, well, we don't need much. I wonder what that'll do. Is that going to clamp? It's not like I can't put a lot of pressure on this thing. It'll explode. This isn't a very strong item. But if the parallel bars can give it that, like, 0.5 millimeter. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Not like I'm putting a lot of pressure on it. Let me make sure my camera looks good. You know, you use everything to your advantage. Wherever possible. That isn't seated up here. That seems to be rising up here. Okay, gotta release it a little bit. One errant twitch and kablooey. I mean, I'll just work on the ones that I can get to first, which would be the ones in the middle. All right, let's see how we do here. Probably should be exposing the larger trace. I guess I did the wrong one. That's all right. All right, let's work on what we already worked on. No, wait. Yeah. We'll go back over to here. And I'll go in a little bit from where we were. And then we go this way. We'll start right there. Lock the spindle. Spindle's locked. Power on. I need magnification. I can't see what I'm doing. You guys might be able to, but you guys can't get zoomed in anymore. I don't have the ability to. I literally can't even move the camera closer. Well, hold on. Let me see what I can do. There. It's lifting towards the end there, so that's probably not a good one for me to work on, but I just want to proof of concept this real quick. This is all reversible to a degree. I have to get really close to be able to see that. Okay. Oh, here we go. It looks like I actually like did a pass there. It looks like I didn't cut it. Did I cut it at all? Oh god, the camera's on such a long moment arm that it's shaking all over the place. Sorry about the shaking. All right, let's try another pass. There we go. All right, I want the wide table to move towards me. All right. I want Z to go up. How's that look? Look like I did anything? Sorta. Can't really see. God, I need the microscope to move. I think we need to move the microscope because I think that's the only way that I'm going to be able to do it. The shaking scared me. It's the fact that the spring arm's going way over there. So I'm gonna bring this over here. I might need to restart. This is gonna mess up all my cameras, but I'm having fun. Move you guys back over here. The only problem is in order to see what I'm doing, I gotta do this. I have to look way over my shoulder. This might be attached in ways that will shock and scare me. But it is on a magnet mount. Yeah, it's not gonna get the full USB all the way over here. I can plug it into the front with a different cable, but that'll, once this disconnects, some of my cameras are gonna go out of whack. It's the only way that we're gonna be able to like fully see what we're doing and do it right. That, or I can sit here and whittle away at it for a while, but I'd rather use something with knobs on it in order to make it look good. I don't know why I'm doing it this crazy. I mean, soldering a couple LEDs down would have done it just fine. I guess maybe it's the showmanship aspect of it. Just trying to do something wild on Twitch. It sort of falls out of my ability to represent how fun and accessible this hobby is because I'm doing something utterly fucking bonkers instead of just doing it an easy way. I could find a USB. Problem is the type of USB that thing is. I don't have a lot of those. This one's one. I don't know how far that's going to get us, though. That's not a very long one. There's an extension. There's an extension. All right, so I'm going to have to recalibrate the camera. Hopefully it recognizes the camera. Jeez. My cable getting stuck on everything. My cable's getting stuck on everything. Can't get anything right. Okay, so this is going to freeze the camera. I'll plug the extension into here. And then this on here. Hopefully those are far enough that they don't break a second camera. And then I can do open the Naga arm, freeze the camera. Camera's now frozen. I can attach it. Probably shouldn't attach it to the end mill, huh? But then if I do, that'll move with the end mill. Yeah, maybe I do just do that. We just magnet it on like so. That's maybe too far. You do it like right here. Make sure I can get it to have 2 points of metal contact, and that'll hold it better. Yeah, right there. Perfect. I don't want this to fall while we're milling. It's better that it's on the stationary part. That'll probably do. And then plug in the camera. Could actually have used the other cable. Now I've got to refresh the camera because if I go to the microscope, it's frozen. So I do properties and then I disable it and then I activate it again. And then while it is active, it can't make out anything that it's seeing. There it is. Now I open the aperture a bunch. Ah! I guess the aperture was pretty well closed. I mean, theoretically, eventually this is going to come into focus, right? It just needs to move back a little further. It does have a very long standoff distance, this camera. That's almost got it. It's pretty far away. Oh, there it is. Now open up the aperture a little bit. It's all manual controls in this thing. Gotta lift it, move it around like that. There we go. I feel like I kind of want a different angle on that, but you guys get a really good view of it over here. It's just I can't see that from the distance. Does it even look like I got through the copper on there? Where's my toothbrush? Where's my toothbrush? I got a toothbrush over here. I really get a sense that I've gone through the copper. A little liquid. Where? The emerald's pretty big, isn't it? I need like more like an isometric view, but I kind of need to get closer. I don't think we can get closer. That's as close as she gets. And I'm still out of focus. Hold on. Oh, that's way out of focus. Hold on. Let's do a multi-view just so you guys don't get seasick. I don't even, you guys won't be able to see anything. All right, there's that. Whoa, okay, hold on. What the? You stay still. The magnet mount is not as strong as I'd like it to be. People wonder why machinists charge so much for tooling. All right, there's that. And if I stretch over this way, then everything moves all at once. My God, this is notorious. This is incredibly fiddly. Yeah, very, very fiddly. Well, it's a good view for you guys. I need to be a good view for me because I'm the one that needs to be able to do this job. I think it needs to be lower to the operation, actually. All right, I think I got to put it on the table. Ugh, that's unfortunate. That means that I'll need to re-aim it in order to get the view that I want. All right, it's like that. And then, no, oh, wait a minute, it can't be like that. Okay, all right, hold on. You guys are gonna get all kinds of weird views here as I maneuver this thing. Yeah, I need it to be like here. But then it's like right in the way. Whoa, and then it of course moves with the mill, which is not what I want to have happen. Hold on, still working. Oh wait, now it's locked in. Okay, there we go. I had it undone. Okay, needs to be further out. I'm still dealing with problems of not keeping it in focus. Or are we sort of almost kind of in focus? Nope. God. Need to get it further away. Oh, come on. And then it falls like... Man. All right, hold on. Tighten it up right there. We'll do it a little high, and then it'll fall as I tighten it, because it's obnoxious. How's that look? Looks a little better. See if I can't focus a little further closer to us. For some reason, I can't seem to get this camera far enough away to get good focus. It's because of what it is. It is a it's a Nikon lens that's on a C-mount adapter for a webcam. And what that does is that puts the, okay, those are threads. It puts the sensor further away, and that causes the macro effect, kind of by accident, but it gives me this huge distance between what I'm looking at and what I'm working on. I don't know if I can get this far enough away. It's actually pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good. Well, it does look like I actually got the material away. It looks like the trough that was there already kind of worked against me though. But I'm in the right spot. So let me move the cable around so I can actually get to the knobs. And then I can move on to the one above it by moving the Y table towards me, which is this direction. Okay, there we go. So I'm going all the way to the center of that. I don't have the DRO, so I don't know where I am. I just got to do this by eyeball. And it'd be better if I could watch this thing while I'm working, but I can't view your view precisely. So I need to do another U shape on this. So I'm pretty much guessing on everything. Here we go. That's a little deep. So Y towards, no, Y away from me. Then X to the right. Then Y towards me. And then up. Z up. I gotta be really, really, really deliberate when I cut these. That one looks like it's too small. Uh-oh. That one is way too small, but it also looks like I didn't go through it all the way. Actually, it looks like I completely obliterated the board and I didn't go far enough because I went too deep. I would have gone the wrong direction and cut through the whole trace. Yeah, it looks like this technique is not really going to work out. I think maybe I just need to come up with something better. I think maybe we need to work on top of the board because I went too deep on that one, and I think I didn't go deep at all in the other one. And this represents the smallest end mill that I have. So while we're not totally destroying this, I think this is time to call it quits for this technique. That's why we do test cuts. That's why we do test cuts. So I can do this still in 2 resistors. I could just do it with copper tape. Yeah, I don't have like a cone bit, do I? Most of these are gonna make that same type of hole. Yeah, none of these are cones. They might be tapered, but they still start at a certain width, and I need smaller than that, and I don't have it. Wait, what's this one? What's this one? I just found one. Hold on. There's one right here. Oh, that's the same. It's like the same thing. Like the same. That's actually larger. It's actually much larger. It's way, way larger. No, nothing I have would work. If you were to fill that with solder, would it be enough connection for the trace? The only problem is the copper that's on the edge of that. So now we'll just staple over it. We don't need to worry about it anymore. We don't have to worry about anything anymore. We'll just staple over the mistake. That's fine. That's all good. All right, failed experiment number 12. Get this out of there. It is kind of cool that the whole, like, it's kind of a cool view. I would love to build another microscope and have it specifically just for machining operations, because it is kind of cool to see this thing in action. I would need a video monitor window a little closer though. I think when I rearrange the arms on top of the desk and I have both of them up, that'll enable me to do it. All right, let's assess the damage over here with the microscope and never talk about that again. Let's never refer to this ever again. I do everything perfectly the first time. That's what my show is all about. Move the fan so I'm not a sweaty garbage mess. Get the circuit board the hell away from this infernal machine. If I had the right kind of tip on that thing, I probably could have done that a lot more easily, and then I would have had all of the traces sort of mapped out. But instead, I think the easier thing to do is for us to build the LEDs. I could use wire too on it. Well, okay. Let's figure this out. Oh yeah, microscope. Move that over here. Wait, I don't need that. I need this to be loose. Blech. Okay, there we go. It's a Naga arm and a Logitech C920 in a Kurokesu aluminum shell. I need to machine a mount that'll get the Naga arm working with the Kurokesu thing that'll go all the way up here maybe, or I could make like a bar that has a bolt through it. I absolutely do have to reconnect the microscope again. That is definitely a thing that I need to do, because these that connection, by the way, really needs a screw connection to hold it in place, because this is really, really loose. Really, really quite loose. It's not a good connection. It and if anything happens with the webcam, it freezes. So, all right, back to brass tacks. That failed heartily, and I lost a bunch of viewers over it. They were like, "Wow, this bother guy he's like an expert in what he does," and oh, he just failed brutally. Let's see. No, I don't want a magnet holding onto the camera. That's like a camera. It's like microscope properties. Deactivate. Activate. There we go. And we're back. Back to where we were. Back to where it all started. Let's see what kind of stuff I did. I mean, it looked like if I had the right kind of bit, this would have worked a lot better. It actually looks like kind of serviceable, to be honest. It looked a lot worse on that other view. The resistor would have not really played kind with that, though. Twitch is going crazy again. That's not good. Oh, look at the frame rate on this thing. Hold on. Setup. Micro. Is that's why my viewers like dropped out, is because of Twitch being Twitch? That sounds about right. Does this still look weird? Yeah, it still looks weird. Hold on. Microscope properties, configure video, change. Oh, wait, no, I don't change any of that. Well, auto white balance I turn off. I don't know why none of the settings went in. Whenever one of these disconnects, the computer no longer recognizes it as the one that I pointed out in the Stream Deck tools. So I need to change this from the FPS to be 30. And I click OK. Then I go to the properties again. And then I turn the FPS to highest. And then all the video settings change. See that? And then configure the video again. And then I take the white balance to 43. Take the gain down from 255, which is dangerous and stupid. I don't know why these webcams are like this. Exposure. Give it some gain. There it goes. See that? That's the camera coming back to life. That looks a lot better, although it's not great. We're not going to get this back at its full. I'll have to restart the computer and get it to like work again. Oh yeah, and then extra light from this light. I guess we're looking at the amp tomorrow because this is, I decided to go on a bit of a tangent. So like, I mean, I guess I could have made this work. Oh God, we're still got bad frame rates. What the hell's going on here? Hold on. It bothers me when I, sorry, wrong view. Microscope properties, bigger video. Actually, does the this one work? Oh God, yeah. See, there it goes. It just woke something up in the camera. Now it's still got, I've got huge trails and like kind of a jerky frame rate out of this. I guess we'll just have to live with it. Just gotta live with it a little bit. A little bit. All right, so how am I gonna get around this? Well, I need 12 of these things. So if I build a little module that I can just put into place instead of the everything else that's there, then maybe we can get away with this. We need to get a little further back. It's a little claustrophobic right now. I'm here. People are dropping like flies, though. Yeah, welcome to Twitch. We failed brutally at the end mill idea. That's just not happening. Really? It needs to be this far in? I thought I got a bit less. Oh, I'm pulling the microscope at its highest height. The highest heights of all the heightiness. There we go. Okay, so here's the deal. I need to invent something that's going to replace the lamp. I think if I make it into like a module, first of all, I can put a piece of tape down below that, and then we'll just cover that over and we'll just solder it to the two bits that were there, right? We need to get it at about that distance. How can I do that? I don't think I have anything that's quite thin enough, although, okay, I have an idea. Might mean we sacrifice some precious circuit boards. I need to make 12 of the things, so that's gonna make it a little bit more difficult to use what I'm thinking of. Where are my circuit boardy things? But at least I can use this stuff up because they're not that useful, and I've just had them kicking around for a long time. That would be these little surface mount helper boards. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still staying. There we go. When did it mute? When did it mute? I must have missed the button. I must have missed the button. When was it muted? How long was I muted for? Probably when I was fiddling with the cameras, huh? I must have bumped it. Yeah, I lost sound. That was on me. That was on me. 5 minutes? Where did I leave off? I don't know. It just came in. Well, we didn't have sound for a little bit. I left it. I left it completely muted. My viewership dropped almost nothing. I'm listening, so I just thought the stream died. Yeah, I don't know. Ads still work. Oh no. Well, anyway, we brutally failed at milling it out, right? Yeah, Twitch is going nuts right now. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm not tracking it. I'm just broadcasting on the damn thing. I don't think a PCB is going to work because I don't have enough. Twitch crashed for a couple minutes. Ah. I wonder if... No, I think I muted myself. I think that was definitely on me. See, like stuff like this, we could use to do this. I could do... This is actually pretty thin, too. So I can cut 1, 2, 3... Yeah, I think I have enough. I think I can sacrifice this. I think we can sacrifice this and we can make little LED carriers that'll go in each slot. Yeah, I don't have a finer end mill. That's the problem, Gamulf. I don't have engraving bits. Some people do. There are mills that are designed for circuit boards. And if I still had that Japanese, like the little XY table, that $30 XY table, I probably could have used that. It would have worked. It would have been a lot of work. I think easier still would be, and easier and more repeatable would be to cut this stuff and use the stuff that's already here in order to make a little board that we can put the resistor and the LED on. And then if I cut it, these aren't plated through, are they? Well, either way, I can make a bridge of solder that will connect it to the pad. And that way, we can cover over this. Nobody is ever going to have to talk about it again. Yeah, if we do that, and the LED is here, and I just pop open that and put a resistor across it, that'll be equivalent. How big are these? I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing. Yeah, so I just cut down here. And we go from there. That way, everything is consistent and I don't have to have a brain aneurysm. Now, it would have been nice if this was two-sided, kind of, because then it would have had plated through holes and I could have cut them in half and that would have made like a solder cup. I'll still cut them actually along there because that'll move things to be a little bit more in alignment. Let me do another comparison here before I actually get to cutting stuff. Do I have another piece of this that actually does the span? No, there's not enough in this, I don't think. Actually, how many are in here? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need 3 more. Darn. 3 more. Do I have any? Wait. Wait. Oh, no, that's a different material. This is nice and thin. All right, so I'll just cut them across this big guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This camera's making me dizzy. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, yeah, it's the exact thing. Now, do I want to do all that scraping, or do I want to cut down here and then I do a jumper across that? And then what's the point of the whole thing if I'm doing that? I might as well just solder it directly down on the board. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so I'm just going to go down the whole thing, and then I'll just make a break around that hole, and that's where the resistor will go. And then the LED can just go across that. I mean, if I just do the 2, then I would solder in there. Where's the lamp? Where's the lamp? Bring me a lamp. Yeah, okay, so it has to be the 3. And then the LED goes all the way at the end. And then I'll cut across those holes so that I can create just like a big solder bridge to that top piece. It'll be a little sloppy in terms of the solder bridge, but other than that, I think we're pretty good on the rest. How do I cut this clean with the tools that I have on hand? How do I cut the other one clean? Looks like I just friggin' took a big cutter, go across it. Nice and easy. 2 by 2. Although it would be easier to solder all the stuff and then break everything off. Well, if I cut it down here consistently, maybe I work with it from there. Well, the cut wandered a little bit, but it wandered into the place where it's allowed to. Go. I'll just take a file and clean up that edge. Yeah, the lamp is like a surface mount lamp, but it's in this little plastic carrier that melts with the heat of soldering. So I was thinking about whether or not I could just make the little LED thing in the lamp holder, but that's not going to work because they melt. They melt. So just dragging this across the file is how I'm going to make this nice again. Yeah, so I guess Twitch dropped out and I muted myself. So a lot of people were in troubleshooting hell for a little while. I don't think we're going to get to the audio amp today. We'll have to look at that on Friday. So we'll have yet another car part stream, unfortunately. Those of you that hate cars. You know, you can buy packs of replacement lamps, but I'm just not going to do that. Because the LEDs actually look pretty OEM. OE, I should say. Pretty ugh. All right, so this can get out of the way. We're not going to need this for a minute. Put these in here. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just got weird music stuck in my head. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know what's wrong with me. I got a brain issue. All right, so now there's less for me to scrape. I could use the tile tool on it, but I don't think I'll be very accurate with the tile tool. So I think I just need to do a little scalpel scraping, and then remove. Oh God, this camera's gonna make me sick. So basically, what I'm gonna do? Well, I need to do it every other one. So I guess I got to start at the first one. I really wish I could fix that. You know, usually the cameras just kind of like calibrate and they just work. I've got little like programs that I run that basically calibrate the camera. There are little sequences in the Stream Deck that actually, you know what I can do? We'll drill that. I'll use a drill. Haha! That's right. That's easy enough. You just take a drill bit that's the size of the copper and just pop it right on that, and it'll be done. So actually, if I take the, where's that bit that I saw. There's a little centering bit. A hacksaw, but I don't need to break every one. It's every other one. Remember, these are in pairs. Hold on, I have this thing. Let's see what this is. Let's see if this does it. It's not even supposed to be in this bin. Where'd that go? There's a little center thing. This is, by the way, the worst way to store end mills. These are all like old end mills of questionable source, so they go in one bin. I must have mentioned that when I was muted. No, I didn't do that. You're the problem. I'm not the problem. Where did that thing go? Oh, there it is. Found it. Where are you? Ah, there, this thing. We need more light. Why is it so dim? There we go. A little bit of that. Ah, this thing. Is it smaller on the other side? All right, well, this will be kind of destructive, but I'll do this on the regular camera because the microscope's about to make me freaking puke. I feel sick with all the trails that I'm seeing. Okay. That seems like a bit much for this drill. I'll do this by hand. Oh, yeah, that whole thing's gonna spin, isn't it? Oh, there's the copper. That's all I need to do. Just that. And that's just... I can't even see what I just did. It's so small. Center drill. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Boy, if we really wanted to get manufacturing on this, I could solder them using the oven. Really, I could use just like a tapered bit instead of the center drill. Because our only goal is to scrape the copper off and make a break. I need to regrip. This is at the very end. Okay. There we go. I could probably clean that up a little bit with a like a tapered bit, but they are a little rough. I'll just do this. Yeah, okay. I'll need to run the knife on them in order to break the edge. But then we put resistors over that gap that we just created. I'll put LEDs on one end, and the other end gets soldered in. Regular AA. Yeah, they were regular AA's for a long time. Oh god, the microscope is really fucking with me today. I can't stand it. I had to disconnect and reconnect the camera, and when I do that, it messes with the color temperature and the settings, and the frame rate is all screwed up. Maybe if I just go to 60 FPS, it'll look okay. Hold on. We'll just go to... Sorry, 30 FPS. Ah, see? There goes all the settings. Figure video. I can't stand it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. I can't stand it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. This is as good as it gets, I guess, for now. Until I can actually recalibrate everything. My biggest annoyance with the Switch, I'm so mad at Nintendo because they created a really nice controller. They really did do a good job. Except it's useless to me because it doesn't have analogs on the triggers. That's my big peeve with Nintendo. Can I like do this? Will that get rid of it? No. There's like an edge on all of these. They have an edge that needs to be broken. Yeah, it's like they did it just because they're Nintendo. Like, we don't have to do the good thing. We can just do whatever we want. And you guys have to deal with it. That's Nintendo. That's our Nintendo. What a scamp. Yeah, it would have been the one that I used permanently with the PC because it connects easily. It has all of the right inputs, except, you know, the A and B is flipped, which is, again, them just being obtuse for the point of being obtuse. It's so silly. But I could live with that. I could live with that because you can remap it. You can turn it into an Xbox controller, except for the fact that it doesn't have the analogs. And so the entire purpose of my using a controller with a PC is that I need those analog inputs. Good for racing games and stuff. All right, so that's moderately flatter. I did a little bit of scraping in order to sort of flatten that out. Now I select the resistor. So we were 330. Our options are 60, 90, 430. So we were talking about adding 75 instead of 100 ohms. 390, that would be adding 60 ohms. I guess we'll do a 390, or should I jump to 430 and do the full 100 ohms, and then it'll be a little less bright. Hi, Demethyl's daughter. Hello. Sorry, I am trying to make up for totally screwing up a minute ago, so I'm kind of scrambling here. All right, so let's get to soldering resistors. We're going to go with 430. We'll go 100 ohms greater. Double check that those tracks are broken. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I got to do it. You got to do it. You got to do it. You don't want failures this late in the game. Ohms, our favorite setting. Turn it on. Hey, let go of the metal. This thing has a giant magnet on it, which is like convenient in a lot of cases, but it's really fucking annoying. Really, really annoying in others. It needs like a little metal plate that'll capture the magnet on the back of this thing. What part are you working on today? This is the very simple process, very simple and easy and quick process of, oh yeah, most of them aren't broken. Easy, simple, quick process of replacing the LEDs on the thing that I already put LEDs on, making the resistors just a little bit stronger so that it's a little bit more dim and it goes with the rest of the car. Seeing as this is Twitch, of course, I'm doing everything in a kind of a roundabout way. And as such, I'm still working on it 5 hours later. We tried some stuff today. We tried to cut it with a milling machine, cut a little block away with a milling machine. I tried to use my tile scraper, which is pretty effective, but it makes it look like a child's drawing. So those kind of failed. So now what I'm doing is I'm making a little PCB that's going to replace the lamp. So yeah, simple, quick, definitely not a multi-day stream. No way in hell. This will definitely not take multiple days and most of my patience. I'm going to get a countersink. I think I have a small enough countersink that I can scrape the remainder of the material. I mean, really what I need is like exactly what I have set up in the end mill, but it'll take too long for me to twiddle the knobs around to make it scrape off anything. So really what I need is a countersink that's very, very small indeed, or maybe one that's very wide indeed. Perhaps one that's very wide would do just fine. I gotta get that cold smoker onto the grill. That thing promises to be pretty cool. Here's one. This one might do. Actually, the larger it is, the wider it is, huh? I wonder if using the big... Here's a countersink. This is like a hand-operated one. Yeah. Well, I ordered a new amplifier. I narrowed it down to the amplifier, and so now I know that it's the amplifier. And so I ordered another one. So what I want to do tomorrow is take the amplifier and do a little post-mortem on it so we know what's wrong. We know that something went wrong. We know what it is, so that if I get the new amplifier and it still doesn't work, I know what to do. I know what parts to swap between the two in order to get it to work again. Okay. You know, I'll tell you something. When I'm working on this stuff and you guys aren't over my shoulder, it goes a lot faster. Son of a bitch. It didn't work at all. Why didn't that work? Why doesn't anything I do work? Why? Why have I been cursed with this? Okay. No, actually, the amp is one of the easiest things to get to. It's right in the back of the car, and it's right where you can remove it and put it back in. You just have to move a bunch of wires around to get it right. Yeah, it's one of the easier things. The ABS is also one of the easier things to get to. Funny how this car is both accessible and completely and utterly broken. These are things that have been wrong with the car for years, and I'm finally just getting to them to address them. That's really what it is. I mean, it's like, I gotta get inspection and stuff, so. Sounds like open source. What, accessible but broken? Should have done this in the end mill, in the milling machine. I haven't done a lot of circuit board creation in the milling machine. I know they sell board mills that you can use. We'll just make a purple version of this board at Osh Park. I laugh, but I also cry. Because I'm sitting here scraping. Get a car job that makes you feel like you're getting squeezed into an area, like you're doing the Russian car fighting. It's so weird what this car has done, because all my confidence is like gone, just because things, like weird things, keep going wrong, and it's like, I don't know. It's right now the problem with the ABS is probably the new pump is seized, but it might also be that the MOSFET cluster in the controller is unable to switch it hard enough that it turns on. Because I don't see why that pump would have gone so bad. But then again, the old pump, the one that we looked at that I have sitting on the right in front of me, was seized. I mean, it was definitely seized up. So my strategy for that is, if it is seized up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the battery charger and I'm going to hook it up. I'll put it in 500 amp mode and hook it up so that that thing, the pump definitely gets all of the current that it should to unstick itself. And if that gets it working, if I see that working, and I could even use the computer to measure how much pressure is on it, but if that gets it working, then that's, you know, that's definitely the controller that has the problem then. I can't believe that the centering drill didn't do anything. I guess maybe if I committed a little bit more to it. I didn't want to create such a large cutout that when I split these, it would be too thin on that one part. So, I don't know. All right. Can we please build something today? Where'd the multimeter go? Oh my God. My tools are quitting. There's nothing more irresponsible and depraved than a man in the depths of a stream project. You know, I don't know how many of you have been there, but I'm there. I live there. I live in that space. Wish these were plated through. be so much easier to work with for this application. All right, so far so good. So we're going to put 430 ohms, which were the resistors that I originally wanted to put on it. Which are 100 ohms, sorry, 100 ohms greater than what was there before. And if I need to swap them out, well, this will be easy to do. Okay, all right, there, verified. And my AC mixer switch arm detach. I was dreading having to take apart the dash and fix it. Went over a bump and it fixed itself. Self-healing is always relieving and also completely and utterly scary in a car, because cars don't heal. They just don't. I'm sorry. Cars don't heal, and when they do, it's like, whoa, uh-oh. All right, so we'll do the resistors first, and then we'll do the LEDs. The LEDs are going to be metal plates on the stuff on top of the cable for the soldering iron is a pet peeve. It's a pet peeve. I hate it. It's more than a pet peeve. It's like just like a peeve that lives in on my couch. Not just a pet, it's a member of the family peeve. Use this tip. Put this one back. This one back over here. What time is it? Yeah, I still got time. Good. We've still got time. This should go pretty quickly, I hope. Not sure what I'm doing about exposing that side. Because once I do that, it's not really going to fit in the vise very well. And then the camera's still really annoying. But let's take... Oh, some of them have to be flipped, don't they? Half of them have to be flipped. I guess we'll move the LED to the other side then. And that way everything will be in alignment. Okay, cool. So that's how that's going to work. So we'll do half of them on one side, half of them on the other. The resistor always stays the same. Okay, okay, okay. My soldering iron is off. Boop. There's the heat. Okay. See, I guess we'll anchor them all on this pad all the way around. And I'll put the LED out here for these. LED out there. So that's, how many? 6 and 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 and 6. 1, 2. Stuff like this, like when we were building the fire cannons, where you got to count repetitious things. 3, 4. I said 4. Just making sure to get the solder all the way out there. 5, 6. Can I just not be entertaining? Can I stop being entertaining and you guys just sub to me anyway? I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna stop putting effort. No more effort. 2023, no effort. All right, flip to the other side. Okay, there. I don't actually think I can turn this off. I don't think I can turn off the entertaining thing. Because I'm having fun. I'm having fun. That's my fault. I did that. We can clean these up later. Just right now, I'd like to get the resistors down, and then we'll pop LEDs onto the end of whatever I end up with. Let me get the knife out of the area that my hand is leaning against, and I don't know why there's a marker on the desk, because I certainly don't need it. All right. Resistors. I didn't come up with anything. What? Okay, fine. We'll start with 2. I get different numbers than you. I don't know how Twitch determines what's going on, but they're all over the place with that kind of stuff. Beautiful. This will be beautiful. It's gonna look good. You better believe it. Yeah, that's the number I got. I don't know why I'm doing them 2 at a time. It seems just it's a little more overwhelming. That. Me to manage to grab more than that. I will have to solder the other leg of these to keep it down so that it doesn't wander when I attach the LED. Because these are going to kowtow to surface tension. Yeah, these are surface mount resistors. It looks like they're printed much smaller than the other ones that I had. I tried to back out the microscope as much as possible so we'd be a little less claustrophobic while doing this. They have printed on them 4300, which is the value of the resistor, and the last digit is how many zeros are in that number. So 4300 is not 4.3K, it is 430 ohms. 4300. These are 100 ohms greater than what I put in the car originally. What I put in the car originally is just a little bit too bright. It doesn't quite match the brightness of my console. So that's why I'm putting a slightly larger resistor in there. And while we're at it, we're aiming them a little bit better. We're putting them a little bit more in the center. Well, we're putting the LEDs where the filaments of the lamps were. Lamps are going to cast out light in a much different manner. But if we can be consistent about the placement of these LEDs, and we can keep them flat, then we will have nice, even lighting. Nice even lighting. Because some of the bins of reflectors, due to the offset of the lamp, were kind of a little dim in the corners. It wasn't that noticeable in the car, though, I have to admit. Yeah, these are 0805. 0805. It's actually the decade or something like that, or there's some math equation that you can put it into, but it's like, it's just the number of zeros. Thank you for the follows. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right, more L resistors out of the bin. This will hopefully look a lot cleaner than what I had there before too. Although the milling the little U shapes, if I had the DRO and I could set that depth and I could figure out exactly what my cut distances are, like, you know, how far in the middle I was and all that stuff. The DRO really helps with that because then you don't have to think. Yeah, with the DRO, I could have made that way more consistent, and then I would have been able to alter the circuit board. But in addition to that, I don't actually have an end mill that's small enough to do it. Okay, so please flip. Please flip. There you go. Okay, you know, I didn't have to alter the side. I didn't have to do that because I don't want this to move, so I'm going to end up just soldering the other side. Oh well, okay, fine. LOL. Where did my... Oh, there it is. On the other side. Yeah, V-bits for small traces. I don't have any V-bits. That would have been a good thing to have. I mean, I was thinking about I could use the oven to do this, but I don't need to go that far. I have a hot air soldering iron. I mean, I could put it on that and then clean it. I could actually clean it up with hot air if I need to, but we don't need to go that far. Uh-oh. That's heating up through the thing. Let's straighten that up a little bit. You can't... It takes a lot more than this to cook a resistor, believe me. No, this is how many I need. Oh my god. This thing isn't cooperating. Why don't you guys let me work, huh? I can do this, what I'm doing. This is the much better solution of all the things that we've tried today, and we got kind of crazy with the things that we tried. We got a little bit crazy. Yes, trust you, random user. Surely I, the partnered streamer, have no idea what I'm talking about. Please enlighten me. All right, that one. Jeez. These 430 ohm resistors, not a lot of resistance. Heat gets through them very easily. And so they'll end up, both ends will be molten at the same time, which can work to my advantage. This can actually activate surface tension in order to get everything into the right position. Those are SOT23s. Those are easy. Well, that's this size stuff. It's when you get into the, not the size below this, but the size below that. That's when things get a little bit annoying. And I've worked with that before. Okay, so how was I going to do this? How was I going to do this? Wow, how did that like instantly get both pads to... That's annoying. All right, use butane. What do you... This is an electric soldering iron. I'm not going to use hot air on this. I could. That might make these look a little prettier, and it might make surface tension work to my advantage, but there's no point. There's no point, and I've got to do all this setup when I do that. All right, I need my orang LEDs, or else I'm going to have a grumpy fit. All right, there's my orangs. I got enough of them. So, half of these have positive facing upwards. The other half have positive facing downwards. And you can see these little circles are where the glue from the lamp was. We need to be a little bit ahead of that circle, but that gives us the side that this thing needs to be on. So again, half of them have to have the positive lead as the lower lead, and the other half have to have the positive lead as the upper lead. I would, I guess, like to be consistent about where the resistor is in terms of the LED. It is just an electronic loop, right? So it doesn't really matter if the LED is on the anode or the cathode. Let's put the LED on the positive lead. That'll be a nice little indicator for us. LED is on the positive lead. So if we have the LED on the positive lead and we need this thing to trail to the right, we need half of them to trail to the right, that means that our anode needs to be over here. It needs to be over here. So if we do it like this, then that's our positive, and then this is our no. Yeah, LED over here. Yeah. Okay. No, they're current limiting resistors. Current limiting resistors. Different thing. Same concept, I guess. No, similar concept, different thing. So the T symbol on it, the anode, the positive lead, is on the top of the T part. So this goes like this. Assuming that my tweezers let go of it. All right, good. And then I need to tilt this so that it's in position and I can actually operate on this thing with the soldering iron and the tweezers. So clean, clean, clean. Could probably use a dollop of flux, but maybe not. I'm doing a left-hand soldering iron job, which is a little weird for me. Grab the part, and we put it right there. I just need to make sure that the solder flows properly to everyone. Which it didn't. Which is really cool. It's really cool, and I really enjoy the design of these surface mount LEDs. It really gets me going when, you know, the solder doesn't work. I'll end up blobbing the hell out of that later. So, oh, nope, nope. Flip it, flip it, flip it. Let go, please. Oh, damn it. Oop, there we go. Gotcha. I got him. Now I want to make sure that my angle of the soldering iron is high enough that I'm not going to end up melting the next one in sequence, because these lenses are kind of sensitive to heat, and that's getting a little scary close. A little danger close fire there. You son of a bitch. Yeah, that one's a little sloppy. As long as it's just held there, because we'll come back with the solder and fix it. You are in the right orient. Oh, Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Bada bing. I can come in from over here. See, the thing about the LED lenses is that they are supposed to be clear, and touching flux and soldering iron tends to not make things clear. It tends to harm the clarity of something like a lens. They're only really meant to be exposed to soldering temperatures for short amount of time. Short amounts of time, there we go. So it's good to be careful around the lenses. Now, it's the the soldering temperature thing isn't really going to affect that much, but if you end up soldering for a long time and you're messing with the LEDs for a long time, they will separate very easily. Yeah, we're replacing lamps with LEDs, so there is a positive and a negative to the LED and not the lamp, which makes it easy for them to use one type of lamp for the whole thing. We've got to get a little bit more specialized, and I decided to do this with the circuit board and everything to just kind of make it a lot cleaner than it was. Since the lamp holder has height, we can put a circuit board in there and it won't really affect it that much. Now, it won't allow our LEDs to diffuse quite as far, but we're only losing like a millimeter. And since this was originally designed in the 90s for lamps, there's like a mile between the lamp and the actual screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 6. Show yourself. All right, give it a second and bring it out. Let it sit. Hopefully that's flat. I guess when I come back with solder, we'll use a... Wait a minute. I'm missing here. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Huh. We'll have to make 2 more. That's fine. I can cut them out of the board. That'll be easy enough. We'll finish these before we move on, though. How did I not count that properly? I guess I just kind of like made assumptions. I know. I thought I heard enough. All right, whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay, so for the ones on this side, the positive lead facing up. Oh no, the ones on this side, positive lead facing that way, and the LED is out over there. So that goes on like this, and that ends up putting the LED actually a little further out. So we'll trim these down pretty close. Basically be like that, which will put the LED. Is that too far out? Wait a minute. I might need to move the LEDs inboard a little bit. Let's do our comparisons again. Figure this out. Here's lamp. This is lamp. Yeah, LED's a little far out for lamp. Needs to move a little bit further in. All right, so let's move them in. And that'll be easy enough to do. But then, okay, so for the other ones, the ones I'm about to do, because those will go in place of these, where the LED is out to the left. And then these, which are the opposite polarity, will have the LED like that. So that'll be fine. Okay, cool. Yes, I know, you asked about it. Okay. Okay, so positive over here, and I flip it around. I guess I need to do the other, I need to do the switch hitting. There we go. This is just the width of what I cut. The number of boards that we're making out of this thing, that's just how many were on the original piece. So I can just cut more of the original piece, or the other piece that we have that's the same stuff that's already cut, and I'll just cut 2 more rows and we'll make more. No biggie. I'm in the wrong hands. Wrong thing, wrong hand. All right, swap. Yeah, I've been using that for a little bit. Body. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. What is that? It's the puppy. What are you doing down here? What are you doing down here, huh? Hey, Bubby. What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? Hey, you say hi? Good girl? What's going on? I need a handbrake, so I'm gonna give my puppy a great big hug. Oh, where'd you go? Where'd you go? You tried to get by me. Oh, you tried to dive me. You can't dodge. You can't dodge. You don't know what you're doing out there on the field. Hi, what you doing? What are you looking at? Oh, where are you going? Where are you going? Look at these people. Look at those people over there. Oh, you don't care. You're looking for stuff. You're just gonna try to find a bottle and play me the song over people, which is crinkling noises. What are you doing? You're not allowed to get a paper towel because it's full of chemicals. Too many chemicals in that towel, Buppy. Good girl. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hi, good girl. Okay. We got a dog recently. He's humanizing my streamer. No, I'm not saying that. It's Willow. It's the puppy. What you doing? You gonna hang out? You might just hang out. I got stuff I gotta do, Bubby. What? What are you looking at? That's my mic cable. What are you looking at? What is that? What are you doing, Bubby? This is good, Bubby. All right. I think I can still work if I do this. Oh, but she's gonna wander around. All right, you do you, puppy, and I'm gonna work on this. Where's it? What direction is what? Ah, right is left and left is right. Cats and dogs living together. I need another camera for the dog. Burn the subs could have been that camera, but... Okay, so I was doing soldering iron left, resistor right, or LED right. I got to check over which Okay, that's correct. All the resistors are on the positives. Oh god, this is very small for me to operate with. This is very difficult for me to do. Yeah, that didn't work. I think I need to flip the cameras, but I don't want low resolution Willow. Yeah, you're a good girl. I know. I said your name. Okay, bye. All right, back to this. In next month, I'm gonna have her here much more regularly, so you guys will be able to hang out with her. I need to vacuum this shop very completely. I can hear her getting into stuff she's not supposed to right now. It was just garbage day today. Why do I hear significant sniffing? I just hear static electricity from my dog. What are you doing, dog? Oh yeah, these actually have to be in a lot more, so I can actually do them like this. Those will go like that now. And I'll move the other ones too when I solder them, because we'll go back down the row. Build some talking buttons for the dog. I could make some channel point redemptions. Excuse you. She's in the footwell of my desk. What are you doing, Bubby? Get back on camera where I can see you. Where it's safe. IntelliHeat? No, still good. We're still good. Yeah, so for those that don't know, I couldn't leave well enough alone and just deal with this thing the way it was. The LEDs inside of that information display in the center of my car at night were too bright. They were too bright. I didn't get a picture. Okay, bye. See you later. I didn't get a picture of the lights, but they were too bright. You could see the edges of the screen when it, like, it was very obvious when it would illuminate the top half or the bottom half. It wasn't jarring or anything, and it actually it did fade with the lights, the interior lights of the car, which was really nice. But it's not good enough for me. So we tried a couple things today in order to alter the circuit board and make the LEDs be in the right position and have enough resistance on them to be dim. I rage quit a different idea because it was so fiddly and decided that I had to have it on some kind of a printed circuit board, and it would have been easy if we could have gotten it in the mill and I had the right kind of end mills to alter the circuit board and actually cut it back in certain areas. That didn't work. We tried to move the microscope into position. Nothing really is Twitch being, I'm not muted this time. So we tried a whole bunch of different stuff. I ended up putting some marks on the circuit board. You know, we had kind of, for better or for worse, results. But in the end, what I've decided to do is make my own little lamp board. That's essentially what this is. It's my own little lamp board. And as such, it can be this little cutout PCB that puts the LED right where that filament sits, and it will hold our electronics and insulate them from the original board. So it'll be pretty good. And then if I need to replace a resistor, it's just one resistor. And we don't, god damn it, it didn't. I think I need to get a little closer so I can see what I'm doing. Shit, I'm in a situation right now. Oh, she found the plastic seltzer bottle. Bring me that toy, Willow. Where is that? You bring that over here. Oh, God. Fucking neuropathy. Neuropathy. This is not a test. This is not a drill. Neuropathy. Ugh. It, basically what happens is when I hold my hands still in a particular way for long enough, they start to tingle. It's not really a painful tingle so much as it is just they feel weird and I lose nerve sensation. I think I need to do right-hand solder. Let's flip this around. Also, since we moved the microscope, my camera's moved, which means they disconnect. And so now the camera quality is severely suffered for this day of soldering. Tomorrow we're going to look at the amplifier and see what makes that thing tick and what makes it basically not tick in my stereo. We need to do an autopsy. When I add more solder to this, that'll clean these up a lot. These look really bad because of the camera. My God. I wish I could get my camera to work again, but for some reason the plugins that I use in order to make it calibrate and always have consistent settings does not recognize the camera when it has been disconnected, and so I cannot run it to get all the same settings. So this looks really Bush League right now. Oh, okay, next. When there's too much flux in play, the tweezers get sticky, and then I get mad because that happens. What just happened there? That happens, and then I get madder and madder and madder. I hate it. I hate it. Okay, we're trying to make this resistor even with the top hole. That top hole looks a little inconsistent, doesn't it? All right. I gotta be careful because these 430 ohm resistors do not put up much of a thermal fight. So, yeah, you know, like I was doing real well with numbers today until Twitch decided, you know what, no. We had Cosmo Quest X-Raid, which is always great. That brings like a bunch more people in. We were hitting. I was good for like 100, maybe even 120, which is like not heard of for me. I would love to break into slightly higher number streams, but okay. Hello, neuropathy. How you doing, man? I would love to be able to not feel a weird sensation in my left hand so that I could manipulate soldering iron a little better. Hold on. Let me shake it out. Shake it out. You guys can't see it. Willow, bring the bottle in here. I'm gonna force the dog to bring the bottle in here in a minute. No, come on. Just stay right there. There it is. Jeez. One of the advantages of using hot air in a system like this is that that surface tension would pull on everything evenly, and then the LEDs would self-align. Where's that bottle? I'm gonna go get it from her. Hold on, there's gonna be a loud pop. Where's the bottle? Where'd your bottle go? Where's that bottle? All right, back to this. So, I really need more flux on these connections, but I think when we solder them, it'll clean things up. Hopefully. Well, okay, bye. Fine. See if I care. I can't see any detail because of this thing reflecting all the light. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, so we have to selectively add and remove solder in order to clean this up. I just need to make sure that these components are down here properly, so down onto the board properly. I think this board is also fighting me a little bit. Because really this should go up top there. Huh. It just doesn't, it's like not cleanly soldering. Look at that. So I guess I need to bring flux into the issue here. Flux it up. Where is it? The filthiest flux dispenser known on Twitch. Ever. Yeah, maybe it doesn't solder onto the top. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm the problem. So I'll have to cut this board closer. Boy, she really is going at that bottle. She does not want that bottle to live. I think she's actually starting to break it apart, so I might have to take it away from her soon. And it was just garbage day, so there's no replacements. Oh no. My bottle. And of course she likes it better in the hallway than she does in here. Damn it. Yeah, I'll put the fence back up in order to force her in here. Dogs never like to coexist with me, it seems. As in be in the same exact space. That's what I mean. I don't mean like... Might be the base. Well, no, it's not the basement thing because she's still down here. Okay, there. You know, I don't have space for an ultrasound cleaner. That's what it is. I don't have space for something like that. That looks really bad. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe just too much solder. Well, that's getting caught on the hole that we drilled. Yeah, let's get like a little tiny bit of solder away from all these. Then they'll look a little bit more pro. They don't need to look pro, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean? Okay, ow. Jeez. Like, let's just burn myself with the solder bray. That'll work too. That would be if I added hot air to it, that I could do the surface mount thing. What is it? I'm having so much trouble controlling the iron today. I don't know what's going on. Controlling the heat. I think maybe the vise is sapping away a little bit. That is, there's just like a fundamental lack of flux around here. I don't know. Look at how long that took. Maybe this tip is on its way out. It really doesn't look very well tinned. Okay, what is happening? Oh, maybe I'm leaning in the wrong... Look at that. Okay. I'm gonna leave that one. I think that one looks okay. All right, well, before I get too carried away, I guess that's half of them, or 3/4 of them done. Yeah, I'm like having a lot of trouble getting heat into this. I don't know, I'm gonna change tips. I'm gonna change to a different tip. We'll go with a slightly larger tip and maybe that'll suddenly work. This one might be on its way out. I never had one kind of struggle like that though. The LEDs are a lot more sensitive to heat. They will tolerate it, yeah, but I just don't want to use the heat gun on this because I got to get the silicon mat out and everything. It's sort of just a pain in the butt to use. Now, I mean, just having a larger iron tip, it might be that this thing isn't exactly level with the vise, and I could have been leaking heat into the vise. But let's see. This is a much more brutal, large tip. This will make sure that all that heat gets in there. See that? Yeah, this one's having a much better time of it. I guess it's possible that the heater on that other tip wasn't so good. Hey, why are you barking? Jeez. She's found her voice. She's very bark positive lately. She really, really likes to bark at stuff now. Yeah, these are turning out like really sloppy, and I don't know why. I don't know what happened here. Too much solder, yes. Old boards, yes. The pads are just old. Dog needs some attention. I said hi to her. I said hi. More flux, maybe? I don't know why these are looking kind of rough around the edges. What if I hit, so like that one's bothering me. If I hit it with flux, and then, yeah, lack of flux, I guess, is mostly it. How much cleaner that is. Well, that means I need to clean them all. I want to clean all the flux off of these things. What oxidation, I guess, on the metal. Ah, fuck. God damn it. All right, where is that one? It also could be the camera. It's just making things look a lot worse than they are. All right, whatever. Close enough, I guess. I don't know. Not terribly pleased with the quality of the work. Watch it like under slightly different camera conditions. It looks like immaculate. It's like a professional circuit board. That is how it do sometime. Yeah, some of these I need to remove solder from. All right. This thing is getting too long. Hold on. Yeah. All right. Cool. More solder braid, more solder braid, more solder braid all the time. All the time solder braid, 100% of the time. Yeah, see, that's kind of what it should look like. So a lot of these have too much solder on them. Usually that's okay though. It's usually okay. It's just I'm going for a standard of excellence right now. Excellence? Oh no, not egg puns. Excellence is like insolence, but with eggs. It fell further down on the vise, and I needed to be up top. Otherwise, the solder braid doesn't do nothing. Maybe that was my problem this whole time. But a nice big soldering iron goes together with solder braid very nicely. Much more controllable. It feels less controllable. Why does it feel less controllable? Why does it feel less controllable? I think I'm losing my mind, chat. I'm losing my mind. Large pads, maybe? Yeah. This thing should have a pretty brutal amount of heat in it, though. I'm striving for perfection out of a board that is anything but. A board that is anything but perfect. Ah, removed too much on that one. That's okay. That's too much too. That's like perfect. I could add just a tiny bit to that one. Has anybody told you you're being a perfectionist? Yes, that's what I'm being. I should make a stencil for this. I got to do right by the thing that I'm building, because I screwed up on the other parts of it. Also, one of the reasons that I'm removing the solder from this is because I have to cut it to be the size of those lamps, and that may mean cutting across these holes, and I don't want solder to be there in my way. You're in my way, solder. Give it up, old man. You don't know what you're talking about anymore. Boy, that thing really does just give the heat to the other end, like right away. Very weird. Look at that, you can see it travel across. All right. I'll just add a little bit more to that. That was a little much. It looks like it's okay though. There. That's a decent amount of hobbyist solder. Any other of these look heinous? Kinda, yeah. Kind of all of them, yeah. Kind of all of them look heinous. Can't live with it. Can't live with it. Oh, that was way too much. Actually, that's pretty good. Actually. Oh. Yeah, I went a little too hard on the solder. That's basically it. Hit the solder a little too hard. Can I live with these and myself after all the crimes that I've committed? Look at that. It's just like a blob, but it won't go onto the resistor. Odd. Very odd. Okay, whatever. Oh, damn it. No, there's not whatever. I can't whatever this. I gotta cut across that, so I gotta get rid of it. Too much solder aside. I just go through all of them and do the same thing. I think maybe the camera's just messing with me a little bit more than with the other one. Okay, anyway, back over to here. So I'm just gonna cut it with these. Oh wait, you guys can't see what. Okay. I think the dog went upstairs. She's like, "This is boring," and just left. These is what I use to cut it, and we'll get a nice clean cut across it. Now these things are how big? These things go. Yeah, we're at exactly the width of these things, which I guess is okay. Here, check it out. See, and now the light is coming from just about the right spot. Oh my God. What the fuck? One second. wait 1 second. What happened to that one? You guys want to try hot air? All right, which ones do I have to correct? These two. Hold on, I gotta make sure that this is flat in here. Oh my god, the dog's barking at stuff outside now. He's probably a little pissed off that I'm streaming it an hour before I end, because I did a couple short streams recently, and I guess she set her little dog Timex. She set a little beeper reminder for that time. So I'm a criminal for not coming upstairs and paying attention to her during this trying time. Yeah, it's the only problem with this method is that things get a little bit three-dimensional. Usually not such a big deal, but since we're casting light down a hallway, we want to make sure that we're casting it in a flat way. Oh my god, what's it like being a perfectionist? Very tiring. Very, very tiring. Why isn't that like soldered? There's like a gap right there. What's that about? I said LED needs to move up a little bit. Ah, god damn it. This thing is below the surface of the vise, which means I can't put the iron flat on it. There we go. Jeez. Okay, here. I'm back. I'm fine. My blood pressure's okay. I'm a blood fountain. Ugh. What? Why? 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 I tried to make this not annoying. I don't know why everything's fighting me today. Maybe I need to take a break. I think that's probably what it is. One of those things where it's like normally not that frustrating to deal with, but if you've been doing it for 5 hours, it gets a little bit tough. One of those things where you gotta kind of shake it out, take a break. I haven't had any breaks today. I don't feel like I need it, but it might be one of those things, you know? Breaks are bad in serial production. What? Is that a programming joke? It was a programming joke, wasn't it? You can admit it. It's safe here. That it was a programming joke. I just look at this. Look, there goes the resistor. It's dead. It's dead. One of the pads ripped off. Hooray! Goodbye, resistor. Good knowing you. Been fun working with you. The problem with these specific PCBs is that if I stress out these traces too much, they are going to rip up. This is a pretty unforgiving material in the grand scheme. So I gotta kind of be a little careful at this point about the amount of heat that I'm delivering to these things. So let's get another resistor. The 4300s are right here. Sorry, 430s. 430s right there. That comes down here. Got a brand new resistor. I don't know if the hot air treatment's going to do a lot of good for this board if I do that. If I decide to do that, do the hot air, what'll it do? It might actually work out, to be honest. I don't know why this one seems to need to... I guess I didn't leave enough room up here for the resistor to sit next to things. I'll have to add a little bit of solder right there in just a second. All right. We calling these good enough? Yeah, they look okay. There's a little bit of, what the fuck? Wait a minute. What is this one doing? What are you doing? You get down from there. You get down from there. I mean, I guess it's okay if it's like that, but... Okay. You make soldering look easy? Well, thank you. It's not terribly hard. I guess it can be. I guess it can be. So if I were to keep them this size, this would cover over the pad that I'm soldering to. Because these solder from the sides. And if I keep them like this, I don't have access to the pad. So I'm going to cut this row of holes so that we've got partially open ends. I have to do that for one, but not the other. So I need to split these up right now. So split them right here. Splitter there. There's that. And then I need to go across the row of inputs, which are these. I don't have a clean cut all the way across, huh? I'll just leave it there, huh? Then I can split these off by 2s. I would actually like to file that in order to make it nice and even, so let me get flush cutters. The flush cutters aren't going to do as good of a cut, though. For some reason, my green-handled flush cutters just don't do as good of a job. Okay, that managed to do it. Okay, cool. So where's the file? What did I do with the file? It's all the way over there. Got to clean up the edges of the board, otherwise it's just a mess. Ugh. Yeah. All right, it's pretty good. So this is 6 of the LED modules. I may have to finish them off camera. No, I got a little bit of time. I'm gonna be able to do it. Just gotta make sure that my cuts don't sever any components or traces that I need. All right, one more. Cool. So that's 6 LED modules. Now, I'm probably going to need to do a big solder blob in order to connect them. Please don't go... Oh, yeah. Launch them into the stratosphere. So I cut slow. All right, let's see what side we're doing first. Yep. There we go. Okay, so with positive on that side, the ones we just cut out are the opposite. So they're the ones on the other end of the board. Hello? There it is. So now the little lighting thing that we've made, albeit a little bit sloppy, will sit right here. And our LED is a little bit further out than the circle, making it right in the right position. Let me see if I can get that soldered. That's going to be a challenge because I'm going to need a lot of solder to go up and over the circuit board. That's why I wanted the thinnest circuit board. I'll use my other solder for this. This is where I accidentally drop my hand onto the circuit board and I sever it. Oh boy, that's going to be a challenge. This would be less of a challenge if these are plated through holes, but they're not. So my only concern is that the width of this is a little bit too much, and I won't be able to get it into the slot that the original lamp was. Is that actually attached? No. Okay, so there's going to be a couple more challenges here. A couple more challenges. Is that flat? Yeah, it's relatively flat. As good as I can get it. And it's scooted in a little bit from where I want it to be. Yeah, only solder is going to keep it in place. Really a piece of wire would be better, but... So that instead of this. Yeah, I think I am going to have to take the width down a little bit. There was a little bit of wiggle room for the openings in the light chamber, but actually, you know what? That actually is kind of very, very close to the width. It might need a little bit of linishing. How much? Well, I can't get this out because I don't want to disturb it, but the holes for the LEDs are these. We can't really get a comparison here going. Let's see here. Yeah, those are pretty close to the size, huh? Pretty close to the size of the openings. Okay. Yeah, solder's perfectly fine. I mean, it's what was holding the other thing in place. It just happens to be a circuit board now. All right, so I'm going to file that down a little bit and see if I can't rein it in. Visual asthma is what that is right there. I think I have to use the file because it's so small. I could use this, but... I think maybe what I want to do is I want to save that and do that on my own. And then when we come back tomorrow, we can put this all together. Because I don't want to sit here and file stuff in front of you. I feel like that's like the worst. It's the worst kind of content that I could have. And it should only take me a couple seconds per board. But I have a lot of boards to make. We tried a lot of stuff today, though. We had a good time. I made a jig to do this. Dancing a jig. A little bit more off of this end. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do because Twitch is having so many problems today. We're going to end a half hour early. I'm going to do all this stuff on my own. We'll come back and then I'll solder them all down. We'll put this thing back together. It takes 2 seconds and I'll be able to see that working, and then we'll work on the amplifier. It'll basically be the stream that I thought I'd have today. It's just that we decided that we wanted to try some cool stuff, and it was cool stuff, but it turns out I need like a miniature V end mill so that I can do like traces on circuit boards. Because it would have been really cool if my mill was all ready to go and we had the right bit, and I could have just beep boop bop, you know, just cut stuff out, and then that would have made a nice circuit board. But I don't have a microscope in the mill, et cetera, et cetera. I don't have a super flat place to put stuff on the mill, but all right. So yeah, let's come back tomorrow, and we'll finish this up. Finish up my car. I don't have an information display on my car right now, but I want to thank you guys for sticking with us. I know Twitch was being weird today. You guys can go off and figure out what you want to do. We didn't really have a good conclusion today, which always leaves me kind of in the lurch, but I'm about to do like a bunch of factory work in order to get those boards into good shape. And then we'll come back tomorrow. a big crunch noise over there. We'll come back tomorrow and finish it up, and then we'll take a look at the amp, and we'll put like a sine wave into the amp and see if we see it at the other end. Yeah, it was too wide. The cuts were, you know, crooked. That's fine. It just needs to be linished back with a file. And you can, you know, if you're really impatient, you could use a Dremel to do that, but I don't want to create all that dust. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit here and pinch them and just zip, zip, zip. And then I got to make 3 more. No, 2 more. I need to make 2 more of these things so that I have them all here and we can solder them down tomorrow. But that's boring. So I won't subject you guys to that. I just thank you for joining me for more shenanigans, and we will be back tomorrow. I start Eastern Standard Time at about noon, and then we'll keep plugging away at it. I don't think I'm doing a Saturday this week, but that's up in the air. And then, yeah, I meant to work on Burn the Subs more. We're waiting for PCBs for that. So I will see you guys then. Here's the end card. And yeah, pet the dog. That's what I'm about to do. I'm gonna have to take a little tour with the dog around the neighborhood and see if she poops. We're probably gonna go. I'm gonna go poop on a neighbor's lawn with my dog. Fuck that guy. No, I'll see you guys later. Yeah, you know, hope to see you guys around. There's Discord links. I'm always on Discord, and I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one. Good.